Great. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting, July 13th. I think somebody's not muted. I'm getting feedback. Looks like everybody's muted.
You want to test it?
Okay. Actually, it sounds fine now, Jay. I think we're good. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting, July 13th, 2021, 6 o'clock, McAuliffe Hearing Room. Going to call the meeting to order at 6:01, and I'm going to read the preamble. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, GL, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Southborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via both in-person and remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Members of the public and/or parties with the right and/or requirement to attend this meeting may do so in person. They also may watch or participate in the meeting remotely by finding the meeting at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at www.southboroughtown.com. In the event that despite best efforts, the public is not able to access the proceedings in real time via those technological means, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Whew, thank you very much. First up, we are public comment. If anybody has anything they'd like to add, they can come forward to the computer here. Or let's see, do we have anybody online?
Yes, but no one's raising their hand.
No one's raising their hand. If you're interested online in speaking under public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, none being seen. We will go to scheduled appointments, but before that, with the board's willingness, I am going to move one of the items up from the consent agenda, the approval of the Halloran property conservation restriction. Mr. Haggerty is here and can actually notarize this tonight. So he has another meeting that he's going to. So I will ask for a motion to approve the Halloran property conservation restriction. Is there a second?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? I see none. All right then. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? None. All right, thank you very much. And Jim, we are all set. We're going to just take 2 seconds and get this signed. And if everybody can bear with us just one moment while we do this, it would be appreciated. Down the line. And great, thank you everybody for your indulgence on that. And as we get that signed, we have a full agenda tonight. So we do have a few interviews on here. So first up is Mr. Berger for the Economic Development Committee term through 6/30/24. Mr. Berger, are you here? If you wouldn't mind coming up to this, do you want me to go here? Oh, we're gonna have you come to the center, actually, if you wouldn't mind. You can sit, absolutely, get comfortable. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Welcome, we appreciate you stepping forward. And kind of the process is if you could just give us a little background on yourself and why you'd like to serve on the Economic Development Committee, and we'll open it up to the board for questions.
Sure, thank you for having me. So my name is Matt Berger. I've been a resident of Southborough for 22 years. And I am a financial advisor and a CPA, and I've recently begun my own solo registered investment advisor financial planning practice. Prior to that, I've spent 25 years in corporate finance, starting in public accounting, and then management consulting, and then the bulk of my career in asset management and private equity with focus on commercial real estate and renewable energy. I think I've traveled extensively for the bulk of my career, so I haven't had the opportunity to really be involved in a lot of things locally. But now that I've sort of semi-retired from corporate life and I've started my own business, it seemed like a good time to give back to the community in an area of I have some expertise in. So hence my interest in the Economic Development Committee.
Okay, wonderful. Vanessa, did we explain to Mr. Berger how to mute in between? Sorry. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. So I will let the board know before we open it up to questions that I did speak to John Woods today, and he couldn't speak for the committee. They haven't had the opportunity to meet Mr. Berger yet, but he has in the past been interested in EDC, and John is very supportive of this appointment. So with that being said, again, I will thank you, sir, for stepping forward, and we'll go down the line with Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. And thanks for putting in your application. What are you most interested in doing on the EDC? Do you have a priority in mind or something that you're excited about working on?
I'm most interested in understanding what are the small business opportunities in Southborough, and who wants to open a business here, and what the possibilities are to have more small business in town, while maintaining the character of the town and not impacting adversely the development of it. I'm a small businessman myself. I have, given my real estate background, both in mostly retail and in industrial, I have some knowledge of real estate in particular, and that I think it could be valuable to the committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Healy.
Yep. Hi, Mr. Brewer. How are you?
Good.
All right. Nice to meet you. How long have you been in Southborough?
22 years.
All right. That's it. In 3 generations, you'll be a native. Terrific background, and appreciate the fact that you're willing to give the EDC a shot. So welcome.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Sanders.
Thanks for volunteering. Sounds like a great background, and I think the small business focus is very important. Do you have any specific suggestions at this point for things that you'd like to see happen to make it a more welcoming environment for small businesses to form and prosper here?
I know there's some limitations to development of the downtown, and I'm looking to get more knowledgeable about what those are and how those play out, and I think there's opportunities there, but I think what's most important is doing so in a thoughtful manner. So really, I want to get more knowledgeable about what's come before, what the limitations are, what the concerns have been, and then to sort of apply my thought process around how we might meet the needs of all the constituents, or to the greatest degree possible.
Okay, thanks. It is a challenging problem, but I think we've got a good group on the EDC, and I think it'll add to that. So,
yeah, great. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennington.
Thank you also for raising that. We'll be very excited to have you get involved in the committee. Trying to think of a question that hasn't already been asked, but one I think is important here is, do you have any thoughts or ideas on how we address vacancies in office buildings on Route 9, and just the problem, there's a lot of underused parcels on Route 9 that look like they're decaying. I know you mentioned your experience in real estate is more retail, industrial, but do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I know one that you can't miss, and it's relatively close to where I live, is the parcel on Route 9, Parkerville, on the north side. That's been vacant. Between there's a couple of buildings, but there's an old restaurant, another one after that, and it looks to me, I mean, just what pops in my head is, while the traffic pattern is a concern on Route 9, clearly, there's an opportunity for a small scale retail establishment to really remove what is a blighted site for sure. And then I think there's some grading issues that need to be addressed, but it's a large enough site that already has a parking footprint that, from an impervious standpoint, from a runoff standpoint, is already sort of as part of the landscape, as it were. So I think that's something that would be, to me, is probably the highest priority. I know that the Country Gourmet is another site that looks to me like there should be something there. I can't quite figure out why there isn't. So I think both of those could be the Country Gourmet, I think is what it used to be called. This
Passo's.
Okay, yeah.
okay. So those are a couple that stand out to me. In terms of vacancy in office, if you can solve that problem, then you got, there's a lot of money in that for sure. I think it's, there's really, I think Southborough is a pretty accessible location. I think it's a desirable place for an office, for a company to have a business location from an employee retention, attraction, and retention standpoint. So that's a tougher one to solve. Sometimes people will point to amenities and things of that nature that people might want to have in an office building, but I wonder if ultimately there might be a higher, better use for some of those locations versus just having more and more suburban office, because there's probably more than will ever be needed potentially already in existence between Southborough and Westborough and Marlborough.
Great, thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Berger. They've certainly asked the questions that I may have asked. And again, I will thank you for stepping forward. The
Sure.
EDC is a very energized group, and they're really looking to get things done and to help the business owners in town as well. So that being said, do I have a motion to appoint Matthew Berger to the Economic Development Committee, term through 6/30/24?
So move.
Is there a second? Mr. Haley, I guess we're not going to do the roll call anymore. I keep wanting to do that. So all in favor? Aye. All opposed? None. So thank you very much. Welcome on board, and you'll be getting a letter, and we'll get you sworn in with the clerk, and you can start attending meetings.
Great.
So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Next up is Ms. Bogdansky here.
Yes.
Hi, come on over. Welcome. And
Everybody else in the room.
You passed your first test. Good.
Yes.
all right, great. Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for volunteering. It's nice to get new volunteers to step up. If you could just give us a little bit of information about yourself and why you had listed the stewardship and trails. I don't know if you're interested in both or one, or I will give you the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, so my name's Isabella Bogdansky. I'm currently, I just graduated from St. Michael's College up in Vermont. I was a double major with art and environmental studies. And I am interested in joining both the Trails and Stewardship Committee. I've been mostly interested in joining committees in this town and finding ways where I can help incorporate my perspective and develop initiatives into different parts of the town that I have particular interest in. I live near a lot of trails, so I enjoy going on hikes around them. And especially during the pandemic, I've seen the amount of people that's gone outside and just the reflection of people exploring their environments. And I want to help people in Southborough get more connected to the nature around here, because there are very beautiful pieces of land. And it's just that most people don't really know about them. And I think that it can be very helpful with inspiring people to go outside as well. And I do have a background with environmental restoration, which is why I'm interested in the Stewardship Committee. I was initially interested in the Trails Committee at first, but after speaking to, forgetting her name. Yes, Catherine. She suggested that the Stewardship Committee might be of interest with me with their pollinator gardens and their work at Breakneck Hill doing conservation work. So that's mostly what I'd be interested in doing. Yeah, that's my little spiel for you guys.
All right, great. Well, again, thank you for stepping forward. It's nice to see someone younger, step forward. And I know Catherine is on both of those as well. So I will open it up to Mr. Healy first.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Well, thanks. So are you a Southborough native? Or have you just moved here?
I am a Southborough native. I've lived here for about 16 years. I moved in 2005 from Framingham.
Okay, so just back from college.
Yeah, just back from college. I work at Biglow Nurseries right now. I don't know if I mentioned that to you guys. So I'm here for the summer and the foreseeable future as well.
Okay. And what you put in for stewardship and trails, I'm just curious as to what, both of them are terrific places to land. I'm curious as to what pushed, other than conversation with Catherine, who can be very convincing about the way she wants something to go. But other than that, what raised your interest about stewardship as opposed to trails? Just curious.
Just like how it's a more hands-on experience, and it falls in line with my interests of restoration with the environment, because as we know, like the world's constantly being degraded and climate change is a pressing issue. And I want to help our town do the best they can to help bring awareness and initiative to the different aspects of biodiversity that we have here, which is something that can often be overlooked. I know Breakneck Hill does a great job of conservation with that and wildlife species. They have a lot of bird habitat. So I want to focus mostly with that and restoring the natural beauty that we have in Southborough.
Right. Cool. The final thing is congratulations on getting through what had to be a challenging junior and senior year. So do you actually have a graduation?
Yes, we were able to have a graduation. It was really nice to have an in-person commencement.
Good. All right,
Yeah,
terrific.
thank you so much.
Mr. Stivers.
Thank you also for volunteering, two excellent committees. You list a number of things that are important, which I happen to agree with. As you look at the broad range of things that these committees might do, are there one or two projects that interest you most in terms of things where you think you might be able to have an impact in pushing things forward? Specific trails, for example, or areas that need to be developed, et cetera?
So I recently attended the Trails Committee meeting, and they're working on a new parcel of land. I forget the name of it, but I'd be mostly interested in helping develop like new plots of land, especially like around the reservoirs, because there are a lot of beautiful trails around here. But I would be interested in the pollinator gardens at Breakneck Hill for the stewardship committee as well.
All good projects. Thank you. That's it for me.
Mr. Dennison.
Thank you for your interest in getting involved. I really don't have any other questions that haven't already been asked, but thank you for volunteering.
Great, thank you. And I do see we have a hand raised on the attendees. If we could bring Ms. Schumacher over. Okay.
She is.
Yeah. And all right, again, thank you, Isabel. I have to ask you, is your brother Matt? Okay, Matt graduated with my son, Robert. So yeah, I was a room parent for many years with your brother.
Oh, wow.
So all good things to say though. So
We can throw a pointer.
we can. Actually, he's a really smart young man, so much appreciated. So wonderful, Isabella, thank you again. And I think you're going to be a great addition to both of these. So do we have a motion to appoint Isabella B. Bogdansky to both the Stewardship Committee and the Trails Committee, terms through 6/30?
First, Lisa.
Go ahead.
So both of these committees are good committees for people who want to get involved and kind of, and I know some other people that are looking to get involved in, other committees. So would this fill up both of these committees if we appointed Isabel to both the Stewardship Committee and the Trails Committee?
Hold on 1 second. She's gonna pull up here quick. So I think Andrew, actually, let me unmute, sorry. I think Andrew, if you could mute, sorry. I think there's been vacancies on both these committees for a while. So
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you had decided one over the other. You're interested in being on both?
Yes, I
Yeah,
am. interested
okay.
in being on both.
Andrew, what is your suggestion?
My suggestion would be, and I was a little bit confused in discussion on whether you're applying for both or, I mean, it's good that you're interested in both, but my suggestion would be certainly to appoint Ms. Bodansky to this stewardship committee. And I noticed that on the consent agenda, there's also, we're accepting the resignation of someone from the Trails Committee, right? And so the benefit of making appointment to only one committee is it leaves another spot for someone who is involved and looking to get involved in a committee that just has an appointment that's only going to go through June 2022 to leave that spot available.
Hold on 1 second.
And that's not, you know, that doesn't preclude if, you know, another volunteer is not interested in the Trails Committee to then, you know, later also appoint Ms. Bodansky to the Trails Committee.
So I guess, Isabella, do you have a preference before we possibly make a preference for you? If you had to choose only one of them today, which would you prefer to start on to serve, with the potential of maybe filling with Mr. Dennington's suggestion of a later date?
That's a really hard question. I was initially asked by the Trails Committee, but I think my interests do fall in line more with the Stewardship Committee, so I would have to go with the Stewardship Committee.
Okay, so Andrew, maybe between now and our meeting next month, if we appoint you, Isabella, to the Stewardship Committee to start, and then we put out a call through social media, the town website, looking to fill that other vacancy.
Yes.
And then, you know, I don't want to leave it open for long if we have somebody willing to serve. So maybe that's the path we'll take, Isabella. And again, discussion from other members of the board.
Lisa?
Go ahead, Stan.
I guess I'm a big believer in the bird in the hand theory, in the sense that if Isabel is interested in both, I don't resist appointing her to both, frankly. Somebody else comes up later, you know, we'll have other vacancies out there. We do have other vacancies out there. Her background seems ideally suited to both of these committees. So, Andrew, you're suggesting you know someone specifically interested in one or both of these committees at this point? If so, then maybe it's worth holding on.
I'm not exactly sure, but I think there's a possibility.
I'm sorry.
I'm not exactly sure, but there is a possibility. And one thing we could do is this would get decided by the next meeting on August 17th. You wouldn't leave it open any longer than that.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm fine doing it to the 17th. That being said, I mean, just a quick look, and we have a bunch of people throughout the town who are on multiple committees, including you.
Including ourselves, actually, all of us, yes.
So I'm fine kicking it to the 17th, but really not farther than that. And I think being on a couple of committees is a benefit. So.
Sorry.
The other committee that comes to mind too, and I don't know if you took a look at it, would be open space. I think they have two vacancies. So maybe between. No, I'm just saying.
We have a whole list of committees that.
But that's another one. Maybe Andrew, that if you know of people that I think there's been some vacancies on that for quite some time, and you know, you need to have 3 people to meet on that one. So.
Okay, the person that I have in mind, I think would probably be better suited to the Trails Committee rather than Open Space.
Okay, so make sure everybody's muted. Mr. Healy, go ahead.
Again, I'm fine kicking it to August, but I think there are good reasons for you to be on both committees, and if somebody's interested, they've got till August.
Yeah. I agree as well, Marty. I think these two committees go hand in hand together. Obviously, even Catherine is on both of them. So I think it goes hand in hand. So I will amend my motion then do we have a motion to appoint Isabella Bogdansky to the Stewardship Committee, term ending 6/30/22. And in the interim, we will put this out on the website and make a decision on the Trails Committee position in August.
So
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Great. Thank you again, Isabella. Thank you so much for stepping forward, and you'll get a letter kind of telling you some information on, meeting with the town clerk and getting your packet and getting sworn in, and we'll be back in touch with you after the 17th as well. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler. Welcome. We're going to have you step forward. I'm not going to bring up the space bar thing because obviously it's on the table and I missed it. So welcome. I know we've had you here. We've spoken about the not recycling. Thank you, sustainability. Thank you very much. I know we've had you here, so welcome back again. I know that you had spoken to Mr. Malinowski as well. So again, if you want to just give us a little background on you and your conversations with him, and I believe he was supportive of bringing your application forward as well. So I will give you the floor.
While I talk. Got it. Now I got it. Hello, my name is Karen Wheeler. I've been a Southborough resident for about 25 years, and in my professional career, I've worked in finance. I am a CPA. I started out in public accounting and then worked in the corporate sector, and I've been in the nonprofit sector for the past, I don't know, decade, I'd say, and I'm currently the director of finance and administration at a very small climate action nonprofit in Boston. And it's so small that it allows me to work 3 days a week, which allows me to get into some other things in life that I've been interested in engaging in. And that sort of brings me to, volunteering on a committee in Southborough. I did speak to Jason, and he was very helpful in terms of outlining a little bit more than what is on the website, what the committee is responsible for, and what the what the time commitment might be. And I think that my background in finance could be helpful on this committee.
Thank you. We will start with Mr. Stivers this time.
Thanks. Thank you for volunteering. It's a pretty interesting committee, a lot of things going on there. From what you know at this point, are there particular issues that you're interested in pursuing or recommending, given your, I guess, limited background at this point in terms of the committee's activities? I don't know how closely you've been following the recent activities, but there are several things that are sort of in the pipeline there. Have any thoughts about any of those?
I looked a little bit at the past minutes and agendas of the committees, and it sounds like there's a lot going on with respect to the schools in town. And to be honest, I don't have enough information to opine upon, recommended course or path.
Okay, not surprising at this point, but thank you. Just thought I'd try.
Thank you, Mr. Dennington.
Thank you for your interest. It sounds like your qualifications are really a great match for this committee. One question I have for one of the issues that the capital planning committee is kind of wrestling with is balancing investment in older buildings with the need possibly moving other buildings to other places and making things more efficient, right? Do you have any perspective on how you balance that with the needs of historical preservation and things like that? And I'm thinking in particular about, for example, the South Union School, which is something the capital planning committee was involved in. I don't know if you followed that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I did not follow it closely. I think there's a balance around, preserving some historic structures for, town culture and history's perspective. But I think that there needs to be some economic sense applied to the decision as well.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you for coming and for putting your application in. I don't have any questions. I think your background will bring a unique perspective to the Capital Committee, so I think you'd be a great fit. Looking forward to seeing what you can do on it.
Mr. Healy.
Hey, Karen, nice to see you again. Nothing about the capital planning committee, but can your organization do something about the rain? No. All right.
I wish.
All right.
Nice.
Okay. No.
We could raise a lot of money.
Thanks for volunteering. Terrific.
All right, great. And again, thank you. Thank you for volunteering. I look forward to serving on Capital with you. I look forward to having another female on Capital as well. So thank you very much for that. So do we have a motion to appoint Karen Wheeler to the Capital Planning Committee? I don't have her term listed on here.
It's yearly.
It's yearly. Yeah, that's right. Through 6/30/22.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Again, thank you for stepping forward. Welcome. You'll be receiving some information shortly. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next up is the Noise Bylaw Ad Hoc Committee. Before we get started on this, I think to kind of move things along a little, what we're going to have everybody do is we're going to call you up. We're going to have you go to the podium. I'm going to leave the mic open on that, so no one has to worry about miking and unmiking. That one is set up, so you're all set for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you come up. I'm going to have you introduce yourself. And as well, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, the same questions. We'll have everybody answer the same questions. And then if the board has any additional questions that they'd like to ask, we'll have you come back up. So if everybody's good with that, why don't we start with Mr. Lapine? I'll have you come up. And again, if you could introduce yourself, kind of give us a little bit of background on why you'd like to serve on this committee. And we'll start with that as the first question. So welcome.
Okay, my name is Peter Lapine. I've lived here almost 13 years. Why would I like to serve on the committee? Because I brought the article forward for the most recent town meeting. I have a keen interest in seeing that the town puts a noise bylaw in place. I've researched several noise bylaws, various towns in Massachusetts. I've spoken to a number of law enforcement agencies regarding enforcement of those noise bylaws.
Okay. Great. And then the second question, and everyone is going to get the same question as well, is how restrictive do you believe a noise bylaw should be as we move forward with getting something drafted?
Good question. At a minimum, we need something in place because today we have nothing. So at a minimum, say hours. And what else? Yeah, hours and days. And possible, let's say, types of noise sources recognized and maybe addressed.
Great, thank you very much. And what we'll do is, I was gonna go through everyone, but maybe we'll just make it easy, Mr. Lapine, while you're up here. We'll just see if anyone has any questions as we go down the line. If there's any further questions, Mr. Dennington.
Sure. Could you just talk a little bit about what you do for work and your professional background, and then so we can hear from all of the different volunteers about that, because that'll be useful, because some people I already know and some people I don't know. So I know some people know that already, but could you tell us again, what you do for work and what's your professional background? What skills do you bring to it? Other than, I know that you introduced the article, but what's your background?
Right. Okay. Well, I'm actually retired,
Okay.
but prior to that, I was a software developer for about 30 years. You want to know the kinds of, I worked for large corporations. I worked for startup companies. I did applications work. I did operating systems work. I worked on drivers, communications, data, and voice. So a mix of various types of software.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
Mr. Healy, did you have something?
Yeah, a couple of things. I'm going to be curious of this for everybody. I'm assuming the answer for you is yes, in terms of the vote at town meeting. I'm assuming you voted in favor of the article you brought forward.
Yes, but it actually didn't come to vote. Remember, somebody.
Oh, was it postponed?
Yeah.
Okay, you would have voted yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I guess just the other thing is at least the way I view this is that I understand you've done an awful lot of work, but at least my view of this is we're starting from scratch, and not looking to modify something that was proposed previously or otherwise. We're putting 5 people together, starting from scratch to come up with the best noise bylaw we can, as well as considering other options and letting us know why they were rejected. I just want to make sure that's clear in terms of the mandate of the group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I'm all set.
I guess that being said, thank you very much, Mr. Lepine.
Okay, thanks.
We had Ms. Rosenbluth next, but she has withdrawn from the process at this point. So that will bring us to Ms. Cahill. Doris, if you want to come up, and some of us know you, as Andrew said, some of us don't. If you want to just you've been down this process before, so take a few minutes and give us a little bit of your background and why you'd like to serve on this.
So I'm a resident of Southborough. I'm in my 22nd year, I believe, here, but local to the area for maybe 30 years, 40 years. So professionally, I'm a CPA. We had a lot of CPAs here. That's wonderful. I spent my early part of my career in public accounting, which is all facets, tax and business. And then I had an entrepreneurial background. I spent about 10, 11 years in public. About 15 years plus, I had a company, entrepreneurial, and I worked in the technology accounting area in job cost accounting. I have a very deep background in relationships with engineering firms, architecture, and construction. In my early mid-50s, I moved to the nonprofit world, and I spent a few years overseas volunteering for US Peace Corps, and I volunteered with women in economic development to develop entrepreneurial skills. Returned to Southborough, and I've been volunteering, and I still consult. So I came back and I consult. I have a few clients, professional clients that I work on. Currently, I serve as an alternate as zoning board of appeals. My interest in being on the committee is in part because of my involvement in zoning ZBA, and as a resident, also as a resident, is to develop a good bylaw for noise control. I have a very good technical writing skills. I think I bring that to the table, and I have a sense of balance. I really do, besides my love for business and entrepreneurialism and volunteerism, I believe in quiet enjoyment. So if you politically, sometimes people ask me, I believe the town is very unique, and a good bylaw would give us a good place to be living in and to balance it. And we have nothing in place. Excuse me, that's my background. And the ZBA also seems to have interest or support of my interest in being on the committee.
Okay, and just a second question, and you've kind of answered it a little bit, just a little further though, is how restrictive do you believe a noise bylaw should be, and why?
Well, so one aspect, I had quite a few sound consulting engineers I'd worked for, so my experience is knowing their kind of work that they did. So restrictive in regards to some technical requirements. I would say on the scale of 1 to 10, probably in the 8 zone, when you get to certain decibel levels, vibration. And I think that links into quiet enjoyment. So somewhat restrictive in that arena, something reasonable. Another reasonable aspect would be less noise, possibly at night and working hours. And that kind of can tie into some of our trafficking issues that we are up against in town with, I don't know the answer, but some maybe addressing some of the round the clock delivery services that could be, not necessarily a problem now. So somewhat restrictive to answer you. Okay.
Members of the board, Mr. Healy?
Yeah, just the same. How would you have voted on the bylaw that was proposed this time around?
I think it needed development. I probably would have voted no.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Quick question, Doris, thanks for volunteering.
You're welcome.
And one of the challenges that I've seen with this in the past is how do you balance the right for residents to have peace and quiet in their neighborhoods versus the rights of small businesses, particularly like landscapers, to practice their profession. I think my theory is that you need to find a way to recognize all interests in this, and those are two important ones. Do you have any thoughts on how you balance
I
those?
do have thoughts. I think when you look at neighboring towns, there are restrictions, not to point out the landscapers, but that's often a culprit, and small business is important to me, knowing that that's how they make a living. But with that said, I don't think it's unreasonable not to have 7 a.m., certain decibel, chainsaws on the weekend late at night. We've had our landscapers running in town or some construction project. It really doesn't have to be landscapers, it could be construction. And they can, because of the light of day, they can go 8 to 9 o'clock at night this time of year. I think it's a balance. But certainly, let's say I think you got to find I think 10 o'clock is too late to give you an idea.
It's past my bedtime, certainly. Thank you.
It's
That answers
certainly
the
okay.
question. Thank you.
Anyone else, Andrew, Chelsea? Okay, great. Thank you, Doris.
Okay,
We
thanks.
appreciate it.
Sure, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So number 4, Tabitha Bennett has also withdrawn from the process at this point. So that leaves us to number 5. Jake, I am not even going to try to attempt your last name. Why don't you just tell me what it is? I would have been right. Look at that. All right. Jake, again, thank you so much for volunteering.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. If you could just give us a little bit, I appreciated all the narrative you gave us on this form, but if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and why this committee is of interest to you at this point.
Yeah, so my name is Jake Ashesh. I've lived in Southborough for 8 years now. And when I moved to Massachusetts 8 years ago, I was put in close contact with my uncle, who is a sound engineer for Bose. Since then, I've developed a deep interest in sound and, as a result, hearing. And I really want to be part of shaping this this town's sound ordinance committee. I work with sound every day. You could call me a audiophile, if you will, but I work on my own acoustic devices. I've built several acoustic devices, and I feel I could add to this committee. Besides, I'm looking for a balance between fair and, reasonable. I don't want to impinge on the daily activities of, as you said, landscapers. But if you have a neighbor with a dog barking all day, every day, and you can't get away from it because it's your house, I mean, that's something that could potentially be reviewed for a sound ordinance law. Besides that, I don't have much to say.
Great. Well, I appreciate that. So I think you've kind of touched on a little bit my second part to the question on how restrictive, you think it should be. I give you a lot of credit. You're handling yourself very well for being 18 years old and then stepping up to the podium and getting questions tossed at you. So congratulations on that. But how, again, as far as restriction goes, I know you've kind of touched on trying to find the balance. Can you expand on that just a little bit?
I am looking for an ordinance law based in science and that is enforceable and that does not impinge on people's daily activities. For instance, me and my father, we do our own yard work and we have a 3-acre forest. So obviously we have to do forestry, and that involves equipment like chainsaws and, you know, those pole cutters. And we operate on weekends because in the week we have stuff to do. My father works, so do I. And, you know, we don't do it at unreasonable hours. We do it in broad daylight in the afternoon. And I don't want to see that impinge. The other thing I do is sometimes I have to do outdoor sound tests for equipment I build, which I doubt it bothers neighbors anyways. There's such low frequencies, but I just don't want to see the daily activities of everybody involve sound. And I don't want to see anybody's daily activities impinge, but I want to protect sleep and I want to protect people's mental well-being because constant noise can wear away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll open to the board. Mr. Healy?
Do you have a view how you would have voted on the ordinance that was, or the bylaw that was proposed in the?
So actually, I only found out about this because I was looking on my Southborough and I saw the ad hoc committee. I didn't even know there was one proposed.
Okay, fair enough. Nice to meet you. How did you, are you from the Bay Area? How'd you find yourself in Pleasant Hill?
Well, my dad is a first generation US resident. He immigrated from Palestine and they've been all over the place, Pennsylvania, California, but he was working at a pharmaceutical firm in the Bay Area. So I was conceived and born in California. Eventually, a company from Boston reached out and he accepted the invitation and we moved here.
Yeah, Southborough is a little different than Pleasant Hill.
It's a lot nicer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Sam, did you say yes? Great. All right, Jake, thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Next up is Ms. Dunderdale. Welcome, and you kind of know the routine of where we're going with this. So again, just kind of introduce yourself, give a little bit of the background and why you're interested. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for everyone who went before me. Hi, everyone. Thanks. Lisa Dunderdale. I've been a resident in Southborough for 23 years. My background, I'm a health promotion specialist, and I've worked with large companies, a variety of companies, and throughout my career. And I continue to do that today, helping people understand how to live a healthy lifestyle. I also encourage them to understand what their health benefits are that their companies provide them. And so that is my background. And certainly one of the reasons I'm interested in the noise bylaw, because there are so many health repercussions when it comes to loud noises, as Jake had said. And I think we've all known that. So as a resident, I was a proponent for the noise bylaw that was brought forward by Peter as a citizen's petition. And I thought that it was something that should have been passed. I would have voted yes for it if it came to vote. So I do know, I have experienced myself here in Southborough, the issues with construction happening at early hours in the morning and late in the evening, and spoken up about it, tried to get enforcement through the police, and after several calls, figured out that there wasn't a bylaw and there was no way that they could enforce it. And they were kind enough to come out every time we called when we had an issue. And so I know that this is a major issue for the police, that they are being called out for noise issues. And maybe if we have a solution for it, they won't get as many phone calls for it too. So that's the reason I would like to be part of the committee. And I certainly hope that I can, add my expertise around health and well-being, or because it does affect mental health. It can affect sleep. And with sleep, we know that if we're lacking in sleep, that we set ourselves up for poor health.
Great, thank you. And just again on how restrictive, I know that you supported what was presented at town meeting. How, based on your support of that, do you view that as kind of in the middle ground potentially, or do you view that maybe on a little more restrictive side?
So it's interesting. I've been thinking about this, and I know that we've talked a lot about the noise bylaw, and in the end, if we as a town agree to pass a noise bylaw, it has to go to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General is the one that makes the final decision on this. And so I'm wondering if anyone has inroads to the Attorney General, and will they give us some type of guidelines to work on? What do they require? Our understanding from, talking to other enforcement agencies and, other people in this process, we were told that the Attorney General wanted to have time limits, as well as some form of measurement so that it could be enforced. So, my big thing is I don't want to, sit down and pull together a bylaw that in the end isn't going to get approved. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that process. Maybe we can get a guideline in advance so that we can start working on this, so that we can set ourselves up for some success here with this noise bylaw.
Thank you. And I can't speak for what the Attorney General's would use, but I think it varies per town and what you submit. I think it's Hopkinton only has hours primarily. So I think it's what you choose to submit, and then they review the legality of that. So they don't necessarily supply you a guideline, because every town is different in what they submit.
But if they're making that final decision, you would think that they're using some type of guideline to approve it in the end.
I think the guideline, and Marty, you could probably speak to this better than me, their guideline is the guardrails within the four corners of the law. But Marty, I'll let you.
Yeah, they're only going to look and see whether or not a proposed bylaw violates either the state constitution or existing state law.
Okay.
They're not going to, in fact, they will specifically, if you look at the opinions they give in relation to this, they specifically avoid opining about whether or not it's reasonable, whether or not these are appropriate guidelines or anything like that. It's simply, there's a state constitution, there's state law, does this violate it? If it doesn't, go forth.
Gotcha. All right, well, that's interesting to know, and certainly if there's any guidelines out there that maybe we could use as a committee, that might be helpful.
Great, thank you. I'll open it up to questions of the board. Any? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Ms. Foster. Welcome. Come on up to the microphone. Welcome. Some of us know you, some of us don't. So if you could just, again, just kind of give us a little background of who you are and why this is of interest to you. The floor is yours.
I'm Cindy Foster. I have lived in town all my life, which is considerable. Most of my work career, I worked in high tech, primarily as a project manager for corporate space planning and relocation endeavors. I came to actually work for the town in several offices, several departments, when I needed to spend more time with my family and family obligations. And I retired from the town, and 5 weeks later went to work part-time for a landscaper who does a lot of work in the town and for the town. When the noise bylaw first was proposed, every landscaper that does work in town was very concerned, because it appeared that the bylaw was based on city type lots rather than, as someone said, the large lots that Southborough tends to have, and whether you're using a landscaper or you do your own work, people tend to have commercial type equipment and very different. So I was concerned. I would not have supported the original bylaw just because I thought it was too restrictive. It was too technical. It was not enforceable, and it was very complicated. I think what I bring to the group is because of the jobs I've had, I'm very, very good at research. And I think that a lot of research needs to go into what the towns around us are doing, what's worked for other towns, and what would be enforceable without costing the town a fortune.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, even though you've answered it again, I'm still going to ask you the restrictive question a little bit. So you said that you saw the prior bylaw, you felt that was a little bit too restrictive.
Yeah.
So where, in a less restrictive manner, I guess, just off the top of your head, what are some of the things you would be looking for?
I think there very much needs to be bylaw, because I know when I worked for the town, people would call and complain. And as someone noted, there's nothing to enforce. So there needs to be something. I think most towns have something of that sort. I think that people need to be able to do the things they need to do on their property, and vendors need to be able to operate in the town. And I think that just setting forth a set of, it's balance. Other people mentioned it. It's balanced, and it has to be enforceable.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Mr. Healy. No?
No, they're anticipating my question. But I'm not sure if we met, but it's nice to see you again. I recognize you from your time of work. Nice to see you.
All right. Any other members? Okay.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Yes, Muggeridge. You got it right. But welcome. And again, just give us a little bit of, most of us know you, but give us a little bit of your background and why you'd like to serve.
I'm going to be skewed here because I can't see you past the screen of limitations of being short. So Karen Muggeridge, I live at 15 Parmenter Road. I don't know whether we've been in town 24 or 25 years, but somewhere in there. But I grew up in Northborough, so I'm kind of a local. My professional career, I've been a nurse for many years and have had a special interest in public health. I think I wrote on my thing that I have been a member of the American Public Health Association as well as the Massachusetts Public Health Association. And as others have stated, noise can have a significant impact on quality of life. And it's something that is, I was thinking as I was driving over here, if you asked anyone who was from East Boston what they remember about their childhood, they're going to say planes flying overhead. So noise really can have a big, big impact, not just in the immediate, but, coloring your impression and your memories. So I think having a noise bylaw is very important. Behind our house, we had a minor subdivision put in, so had and it got 2 extensions, which I guess is unheard of, but because when it was being built, there was economic strife. So it went on for 7-8 years. And so I'm familiar with construction noise. Now, there's landscaping noise, and I'll get to that with your follow-up question. So I just think that it's something that's very important and that we need to put limits on. That said, I think we are a small town who has, we value our quality of life. Most people who would have parties or something, you don't call the cops, at least we don't, on noise. There's going to be times when people make noise. I wouldn't call them a landscaper, they mow, but they use a leaf blower. So I'm not against those kind of things. As far as answer to your question, Lisa, on being restrictive, I was trying to come up with a specific example as I was listening here and thinking about putting my name in the hat for the committee. And the landscapers that work behind our house, and I don't mean to point a finger at anyone, but they will have 5 leaf blowers going at once. So, and they blow thatch across, you know, I want to run outside and go pick up the leaf they're blowing. And they cover a number of houses. So in the spring, usually for spring cleanup, it will go on literally for days. And there's no break, because I don't know my leaf blower terminology, but when you let up on the throttle, you at least get a little, but this is just continuous hum, continuous. So I was thinking about how do you put a limit on the noise generated by a house or the noise generated in a neighborhood? Because everyone should have the right to maintain their property as they wish. So I know that was one of the things that I was thinking would have to be addressed, but also, and I, again, understand the rights of the landscapers, but if someone was using equipment that was so outdated, that was much louder and could be replaced by newer leaf blowers, let's say, that operate more quietly, I wouldn't have a problem asking landscapers to use the newer technology. And Mr. Healy, I was leaning towards the bylaw and voting in favor of it, but I'm happy that it's turned out the way it has.
All right, Karen, thank you. Okay, great, thank you. Much appreciated to everyone. I know we had one other candidate, Mr. Kandarpa. I do not see him in the room. So he had confirmed he was coming, but he so that being said, it's a 5-member committee. I will kind of toss my 2 cents in quickly, and then we'll just kind of go down the line. One of the things I think that's important to me is, as we move forward and fill this position, is to have a balance. I know that was why the restriction question came up. For me, it was important to find out where kind of everybody stood as we're putting a committee together. I kind of look back at the Golf Course Master Plan Committee when I was on that, and Sam was on that as well. There was, I think, 17 of us, 15 or 17 of us, and you could not have a more diverse group of people and looking to what we did. And the consensus was amazing where we were able to go and what we reached. So I guess I'm looking for a nice balance on the committee. So I guess I will start with that, and then we can just kind of go down the line. I know I left off last with you, Andrew. So how about I start with you first, just to get your thoughts on where you think we should go.
Sure, I agree with you, Lisa. I think, you're looking for a balance of both, of people that are they inclined to a more restrictive bylaw or a less restrictive bylaw, but also a balance of prior experience with town committees versus people that are new. I think you definitely need at least a couple people who have substantive experience. I would like, if Dr. Kandarpa, if he said he was going to come and he didn't, and I would still be interested in hearing from him, because he, I think it would be interesting to have a physician on the committee. So I really would like to, maybe hear from him before we make a final decision. That's my initial thought.
Yes. I'm sorry. No, it's fine, Jake, go ahead.
I wanted to comment, I'm going into medicine and
I'll tell you what, we're gonna have you come up and just so the public can hear the question that you're asking. Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment, I'm going into medicine as a career, and I've been extensively studying physiology and anatomy. I have a pamphlet in that little bag explaining hearing, sound, and a couple definitions about that will be useful for this ad hoc committee.
Okay.
I'd like to see Mr. Kendarpa part of it, though.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. So I also agree, it needs to be a balanced committee. I think, one of the components that I think is important in this bylaw is that we understand any financial impact that's going to happen. I also, if we're going to use actual measurements and that kind of thing, I know that there were some concerns on equipment for that. So if there's going to be any cost there. So I think I only heard one mention of financial impact. So I definitely want to make sure that's represented. Also the enforcement piece, so understanding town operations, I think is important. And to Andrew's point, having experience on a border committee, I think this is a really important bylaw. I think we heard at town meeting that this is something that the town wholeheartedly wants to move forward with. And I think that we need to make sure that we have, a balanced committee that has some experience, with open meeting law and that kind of thing, so we can move forward on a good path. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, Mr. Healy.
And it's one of the reasons I asked my question about how folks would have voted on the bylaw that was proposed for this previous annual town meeting. So folks might think that you would fall into a different bucket that I'm going to put you in, but it's my sort of view of buckets. Mr. Lapine, Ms. Dunderdale, and Ms. Muggeridge, I see as on the supporting or close to supporting the bylaw from the spring. Mr. Hashash, am I saying that right? Hashash, okay. My apologies. And Ms. Foster, I see on the other side of the I don't want to say end of the spectrum, but the other side of the spectrum. Ms. Cahill, maybe it's your CPA background, but you found yourself squarely in the middle, at least in my view. So I guess my view would be that of the 6 folks we have tonight, I would support Mr. Hashash, Ms. Foster, Ms. Cahill, and 2 of Mr. Lapine, Ms. Dunderdale, and Ms. Muggeridge. And I think that would accomplish the sort of, at least in my view, the sort of balance we've been talking about. So that's where I come out.
Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. I also very interested in a range of opinions on the issue to make sure we got reasonably representative views here. I also believe that clinical input is an important element here, and I guess I'm disappointed that Dr. Kendarpa was not able to be here. On the other hand, we do have an ex officio member or designee from the Board of Health, and I believe it's their intent to provide clinical input to the process. Ms. Muggeridge's background as a nurse, I think, also provides clinical input here. So again, in the interest of keeping things moving forward, I guess I'm less inclined to wait until Dr. Kendarpa can join us, unless there's consensus that we don't really have the right choice in front of us yet. But I'm reasonably satisfied with the range of applicants in terms of backgrounds and views on this that we have. I tend to agree with Mr. Healy that I think that we don't want to get too much focus in one end of the spectrum or another. And I view the categorization similarly, Marty, that 2 of the 3 who are on the more restrictive end is the right model. I don't have a strong opinion at this point on which 2, but that seems to be the right balance. So that's sort of where I am.
Great, thank you, Sam. So I think I agree with your buckets, Marty. I think if I was doing them, and again, people, we don't mean to place you in buckets, I apologize. But I think the analogy makes sense. And, but I also agree, Andrew, I would like to hear from Dr. Kandarpa. I think his background, PhD in engineering and a physician, I think could have a tremendous value. So I would certainly like him to come in and as Ms. Jasinski had said, he may have had an emergency, and I would hate somebody that may have been a really good addition to this committee based on an emergency to not have been able to participate. So I see we could kind of go two different routes here tonight. We could appoint some members, and if that's the board's will, and have Dr. Kandarpa come back in, or we could see if he can come in on the 17th and we could seat it on the 17th. I don't know that, my opinion, I don't know that a month, go right ahead.
I guess if we're gonna meet on the 22nd, that'd be the 22nd.
We can absolutely do it on the 22nd.
Yeah, if the sentiment is to talk with him, I guess my inclination would be not to, no offense, everybody, but not to appoint anyone tonight.
Okay.
That's my view. Just because I don't know what bucket he'd fall into. But I think that, and I appreciate the possibility that there was an emergency, but I think it's an important enough committee. I don't think we're likely to meet. I think there's a decent amount of work to do with this.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to meet a special town meeting deadline for this. So we're talking about spring town meeting, and the spring summer season is the more important one anyway, I think. But I wouldn't want to extend it beyond the 22nd. So that's my recommendation.
I think that's a great compromise, and I would be happy, more than happy to do that. And we could set if he's available, and if he's not available, then we just put this first on the agenda and Andrew, go ahead.
Yes, this is now getting into something which is lower on the agenda, but are we in fact going to meet on July 22nd?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my intention is yes. How's that? Yes. So,
All right, so I move that we, what's the right word? That we table the appointments for the Noise Bylaw Committee until July 22nd to give Dr. Kandarpa the opportunity to appear for an interview, but come hell or high water, we will make the appointments on July 22nd.
Second.
I would say I was going to second, but okay. All in favor? Great. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Do we all come back on the 22nd?
You do not. Sorry.
We love an audience.
We love an audience. Yeah, I mean, you're all certainly welcome to come back on the 22nd if you want, or you'll be notified anyway. So, yes, Jake.
Just wanted to present something in committee. Something came up about financial concerns about the equipment required for the police force.
I'm going to have you just sit. I'm only going to allow this, Jake, for just a minute because the interview's already.
These are, $15 on Amazon. Arming the entire police force would cost more than a couple $100.
So I am going to just stop you only because I know Chief Achilles isn't here to speak about the policy. Oh, I do that all the time. Sorry, Chief Paulus isn't here, and I know he had concerns with equipment and enforcement. So I'm just going to say thank you, but we'll just hold off on that for now, where he's not here able to respond. All right.
What do you want to do?
Mr. Litt, I saw you sitting back there and I kept waiting for you to throw your hat into the ring.
2-minute recess? Okay, 2-minute recess. Okay, we thank you again. The board's back in session at 7:20. We are going to move up under, it was on the agenda posted as under town administrator's report, and then Mark and I talked about it, and the senior IT specialist, we were going to put under other matters, but while Jay is here, it might be nice if we could move this up where we have a few minutes and get this taken care of so he can scoot and enjoy what's left of his rainy evening. So, Mr. Purple, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to pass it immediately to Ms. Hale. And she's been working with Mr. Montijo to work on the job description. So I'll let her, she can describe it better than I can.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay, thank you very much. Vanessa, much appreciated. We'll go down the line. We'll open it up for questions or comments. Ms. Malinowski.
So I did have a few questions. Do you have anybody?
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So in here, it says that the education is bachelor's preferred. I'm just wondering why we didn't put required on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. They could have a Cisco certification, a Microsoft certification, 5-10 years in the field that they've done multiple aspects of IT that they bring into the table. You know, and I'm not going to shy away from someone because they didn't have a bachelor's degree, but yet they have 3 different certificates on platforms that I need in this field, or the experience in general. So I definitely don't, you know, I came from something like that in my background where I didn't have the entire education at first. But I had those certifications in the backgrounds and the experience. So,
Okay, it just didn't list out certifications on here, so I just didn't know if it was high school education and 3 years experience. I was confused by that. Okay. My second question is, and I forget where it was. Oh, maybe it was right here. Primary employee on call for emergency situations for town departments such as police department, the fire department. So is this person going to get the call at 3 a.m. that the server went down at the fire station?
that is part of the role. And if it's something that that person can't handle, they need to reach out to me. It's a back and forth type of, you know, scheduling if we need to do it as well.
Okay, so you're going to be the backup to this person will be the primary contact.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I didn't see anything on here related to HIPAA, and I didn't know if that was purposely left off or what your thoughts were on including something related to that.
I mean, I guess the question is, in what way are we looking to add? Because I mean, in the field of IT, all of that kind of falls under the umbrella. HIPAA laws, BAA laws, just being able to have that, I mean, there's a lot of things that are entrusted to me within the networking with everyone here. I kind of feel like that falls under that umbrella. If it doesn't, if you want us to be more specific, then, please advise us in any way we can.
No, I have my board of health hat on. And I'm just making sure that, and obviously you have a HIPAA background, but I just didn't know if it was something that should be included or if there was a reason why it wasn't. But if it's under the umbrella of an IT job description, then I'm fine with it. I just was asking a question. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Healy?
Yeah, I guess first I'll just echo what both Jay and Vanessa said about the bachelor's degree thing. The best IT hire I ever made was a woman with 15 years of experience in the Coast Guard, who literally did not have a day of training in IT except for 15 years on the job in a pretty intense environment. So I guess the only thing is that, and one of the reasons is to communicate to the personnel board. I guess what I would communicate to the personnel board is to stretch this out as far as we can in terms of salary. We're talking about a very, very competitive
I agree with you 100%.
IT world right now. So whatever benefit we can give to the town in terms of stretching out the salary on the high side, I think is going to redound to our benefit. So other than that, I think it's a great idea.
All right, I see Ms. Rosenblum taking copious notes over there, so I'm sure she will do what she can. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. We've obviously had a fair amount of conversation about this over the last month, so I'm pretty comfortable with it. To Chelsea's point about the education required, actually in my day job, I hire a fair number of technical people. And again, as Marty says, some of the stronger people don't have what I think of as traditional academic credentials, as long as they can get the job done. So I think it's up to you and others who are in the hiring process to make sure that they've got the right strengths. A bachelor's degree or advanced degree is wonderful, but underneath you got to have the technical stuff. And relative to the HIPAA point, again, I actually don't think that it's up to the IT department to do the HIPAA stuff. And at least in my day job, the compliance officer is the one who actually has authority over that overall, works closely with the technical people. So the technical people are certainly doing the right things relative to privacy of personal health information and so forth. So it's worked together, but it seems to me it's a little unfair to put that burden on the technical people alone, because ultimately, again, it's a legal and regulatory issue that typically comes from other places in the organization. So I know that, again, Jay, you say you've had experience with that in prior jobs, which is a great start, but I think there needs to be more support for that function. And you folks are the ones who are actually implementers of those things, but somebody else needs to be involved in the policy side of it. So I think this is headed in a good direction. I agree with Marty's point on salary flexibility. Tough market out there now, and anything we can do to get a really experienced, capable person would be a huge plus. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers. Mr. Dennington.
Very glad to see this moving forward. I thought the job description looked good. I just have 2 comments / suggestions under the job functions. One is, the thing that you just did tonight in setting up all the computers and I don't know how you would articulate that. Providing support for remote meetings. Is that something that you want to put in the job functions? Because that's something, and that also gets to a little bit of, is the person available, past 5 or 6 o'clock? That's something that someone might want to know. I think that's something you might want to think about and address in the job description. And the other is, have you given some thought to, like, when you roll out a new application and you got to train employees on that program? Would that be, do you envision yourself as being the trainer, or having the second person do that? And if you are, that might be a skill that you want to list of someone who has the ability to explain how to use a computer program to people who have a variety of different technical capabilities.
Andrew, can I jump in here? If you go to page 2, right above other job functions, I don't know, facilitate technology needs. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to say. We kind of put something like that similar in there.
On the second page, under ability to, the word judgment is on the third bullet point is spelled wrong, I think.
Thank you for that.
The E should not be in judgment.
Okay, great. I know Mr. Purple, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one thing that I did want to add. I have had conversations with Mr. Montijo about how we wanted to move forward. And I think that we agreed and he agreed, and it was a little reluctant at first, given the timeline, to get this correct, to get the position right before we hired it. And given town meeting being in October, in a perfect world hiring, it's going to be the holidays before we get somebody in. And he fully understands that. And so I just wanted to make sure, because it wasn't mentioned, I wanted to make sure the board was aware. He's intending in that bridge period to work with a managed service provider for some contracted services on network and server monitoring, so that he'll have somebody who can help with those pieces. Excuse me. So if anything goes down, somebody's there to help to take care of it, to troubleshoot the issue. And it's not an additional piece that he's going to have to worry about. At the end of the year, that could mean we may have to, to transfer, some money in, but the budget was pretty, I'll say, generously provided in terms of contracted services. I know that Jay has been doing a nice job of trying to figure out what some of those contracted service pieces are going to mean for the long term. The goal is to come back with a budget for FY23 that is very well defined, given the the budgetary parameters that have been set up for the department. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. But the first piece is just having this bridge in between today and the employee, which again, we may not have an employee for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So he does, he has a plan in place to, provide that through a managed service provider for the first 6 months.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Purple. And I actually had a couple of the same questions that Ms. Malinowski had. So do you need a vote for this, or just an official vote?
Please.
To approve let's see if I can get this right. Do we have a motion to approve the senior IT specialist job description as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Great, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Purple, and thank you, Jay, and run while you can. We appreciate you being here tonight to get us off and going on this, so. Okay. That being said, we're a couple minutes late, but ADA hearing, CMRPC presentation of draft self-evaluation and transition plan.
Right now, I said so you can tap it. Perfect.
And while we're getting set up, the original correct spelling was judgment with an E. And then Webster in 1828, when he did his first dictionary, he incorrectly left out the E. And that's the dominant spelling in the United States now, but the original spelling had an E. So there.
While we're getting set up, we'll have, I will go to Vanessa and she can introduce the gentlemen that are here. I know she's been working with them. So Vanessa. Wonderful. Wonderful, thank you. I know that the ADA committee is here. Before we move forward, do you need to call your meeting to order? You've already done that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Great, thank you very much. So
Great, thank you so much. The tech is impressive. You've done a good job. We looked at your meeting agenda tonight and said, wow, we have to cut our thing down a little bit. So you're getting the abridged version. Just know we're not going anywhere. If you have questions after this, we're happy to follow up. So if you don't know me, I'm Connor Robichaud from the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. I'm the regional projects coordinator there. Again, joined by Mike Kennedy from the Center of Living and Working, and Jim Mazik here to my left. They've been doing these ADA plans for a long time. They've done it for over 30 towns, I think, at this point. Excited to have their expertise on this. I just want to note that separate from the grant that funded this report, Southborough has executed an amendment to also assess the town-owned schools. So we're starting on that now, and we'll have that in as an addendum to this report November 30th. So those weren't left out, we're just getting to them now. And then I also wanted to say that to complement the planning grant program that the Mass Office of Disability has, there's also a project grant program. I looked up the dates today. So these are grants for removal of architectural communication barriers. Now that you have the plan, you have everything you need to apply for that. The first, I think they open August 2nd this year and close October 1st. They haven't set a maximum funding amount, but past years seen anything from a few $1,000s to $250,000 for projects. Typical grants around 30 to 50,000. On the recommendations you're about to hear, just know that there isn't like a clock that starts now and you have to get everything done right away. Once you have the plan in place, the town gets some legal protection, while significant building protections might trigger accessibility updates per the building code, and we'll get into that a little bit. ADA civil rights law, and simply requires that you make good faith efforts as funding's available. So you can use the ranked recommendations in the plan that Jim and Mike are going to go over as sort of a punch list. There's a section on funding that talks about a few different potential funding sources. And I think you might also consider some sort of annual investment from the town to make sure you're keeping up with this stuff. My understanding is also that John Parent has also already used some of the recommendations. You were saying that, right, Jim? So we love to see the plan being put to use so quickly. So hats off to the town on that. So without further ado, I think I'm going to turn it over first to Mike, if you're ready to go with your section. I'll mute myself. Yeah, your intro, sorry.
Hi, thanks, Connor, and good evening, Southborough.
Hearing you, Mike. Mike, hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay, give it a try now.
Okay. How's that? Any better? Yeah, let me try that. Is that
Mr.
any
Kennedy,
better?
hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
Mr. Kennedy, try again, please.
Okay. How about now? Can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah, hold 1 more second. Mike, try again.
All right. Any better? All right. All right. Well, first and foremost, thank you, everybody. And again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Southborough. And first and foremost, on behalf of Center for Living and Working, in partnership with CMRPC, Jim Nasik, thank you for choosing us for the ADA self-evaluation transition plan. And I also want to just, thank you for the accommodation enabling me to participate. Thank you for that. And my apologies if I don't know what happened. I am in Zoom meetings all the time, and I just click on the link, and there I am. But I basically had to, start from scratch all over again. Like the first time doing it. So I will do my best to streamline my piece of the self-evaluation final plan. So under Title II of the ADA, a municipality is required to designate a responsible job, distribute a public notice on.
Mike.
Yes. Yes.
Hold on.
My introduction.
We're just going to do the intro and then Jim's going to do his background. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Is it something at my end? Okay.
No, you're all set.
So far, it's been my worst nightmare here, with this Zoom stuff.
So Mike, just do your intro on your part, and then we'll turn over to myself and go over the background, and then we'll go back to you on the South Eval. So we haven't done the intro part yet, so it'll make more sense for the board members here to get a feel of that first.
Okay. All right. So, yep. With that being said, I pretty much did that. Just just saying that thank you for choosing us to administer your plan. And I'll pass it off back on to Jim, and then I'll come back and
Okay.
I gotta wait. All right.
Well, actually, you can wait until the speaker now. I know. I
It's in here and out, yeah.
It might be either speaking into the computer or microphone, I'm not sure what it is.
Microphone.
Microphone. You said microphone.
Yeah. He wears a headphones.
Go ahead, Mike, give it another try.
helps to unmute myself. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I see heads nodding, but can someone say something? Make sure I can hear you back. Oh boy, I'm not hearing you guys.
No, we can hear you. You're clear.
Oh, okay. And now can you hear me? Okay. All right. I'm really sorry about this. This is just like my worst nightmare here.
All right. I think Jim can take over now.
So when's your system going to start? So we looked at your agenda, talking mass, and it looks like you have a marathon meeting tonight. So we're going to try to really speed it up. I'm going to try to talk at probably 90 miles an hour, hopefully clear. What I'd like to do is, so you don't know me at all, and I think we had a meeting this morning. Connor goes, "You're a consultant." I hate being called a consultant, even though technically we are. I've got 40 plus years in public sector. I've done it my whole life as a professional planner, City of Gloucester, Town of Wayland, Town of Belchtown, and then the past 32 years prior to my retirement recently, in the past year, with Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, another regional planning agency, overseeing its community development department, as well as its deputy director. So on the CD side, hundreds of millions of dollars for cities and towns in Western Central Mass on housing rehab, social services, infrastructure, streets, water, sidewalk, sewer, barrier removal, building construction for senior centers, that sort of thing. I got into doing this about 27 odd years ago on my own, mostly in Central Mass. And then in the past couple of years, I've ratcheted up, knowing my retirement was coming, and now in retirement, this is what I do all the time. But I work with cities and towns. I consider myself still as a public servant. And myself has worked with CLW for the past 10, 12 years. We've collectively have about 30 plans under our belt, and collaboratively probably 15 to 20. So we've done a lot from the Berkshires to the South Shore. So that being said, the first thing I want to go, and there are some great comments. The two gentlemen here had good comments, and there's some other comments. And I know in meetings, because again, I've sat on boards like yours, elected, appointed, whatever. And if you have comments, you sit those in your head, you want to get to those. I'm going to get to the comments first and talk about those. And then as we go through the plan, we can hopefully dive into those more if we need to do that. So one of the comments, and I think it was Mr. Dennington, and it was also another gentleman, is that a lot of boilerplate. Absolutely correct, 100% correct. That's not on purpose. So as we do these plans over the years, we don't want them just as a self-eval and transition plan. Most of the entities that do these, others in a handful, they'll have like 5 areas to look at in the self-eval, and that's all they do. We look at 11. They look at limited areas on the transition. They don't include sidewalks and curb ramps. They provide a little background on the AD plan itself. We want this to be a resource for you. So as we do these plans, different things come up, or we see things on a regular basis, and we say, well, you know what, we're seeing this, we need to put something in the plan about this for guidance for the communities. Or if we're getting questions from the community about something, we need to put this in there, because this is a question that all communities are having. So we have what we call the plan format. The front end, we have the self-eval piece, we have the transition plan, and then the appendices, which is the fourth part of it. In the front end piece, we are going to extensive detail on other regulations, requirements. We've expanded to include contact information, enforcement information, but other things come up recently, which I think every community should have in their plan as a resource. You can just go to it. So EV charging stations, there's no regulations of EV charging stations. Actually, John and I had a conversation on charging stations we have here. There's guidance on, there's regulations on parking spaces, level under 2%, reach range, accessible roofs, but there's no regulations, but there's guidance. So we have a section on guidance on charging stations. There's been recent issues on emotional support and working animals. And, which is which? Well, there's only two type of working animals. It's the dogs and the miniature horses, but there's other issues you need to consider. So you have a couple of pages on that. The emergency preparedness planning, and this is something I believe that Connor deals with, is becoming a requirement for municipalities, but also the feds are looking at as part of your addressing under the ADA or disability compliance. So we have a section on that in terms of what you need to look at, what you should include, and those sorts of things. Portable, accessible toilets. So, and this is something we have seen so much of, where there are portable, accessible toilets, but they're not ADA compliant. They don't meet all the standards. So we have in there a section in terms of, and you're paying for an ADA compliant toilet, but you're not getting it. So we have in there what it should be, and we have some illustrative examples of that. So we then we go on into the area about the rec areas. We have some front end language about that, because when we talk about that, we talk about what the accessible routes requirements are. We talk about what the ASTM standards are for the following zones and all that. So again, that's background information you have before we delve down into the details about different specifics for your community. And finally, the same on the curb ramps and sidewalks. We have about 3 or 4 pages on what the different standards are for. We have the state, we have the federal, and we have the PRORAG guidelines, public right-of-way accessibility guidelines. And we have that, what the requirements are. We have some illustrative examples. So again, we have selective areas where we look at for the curb ramps, but again, we're not addressing all town-wide. But then when you do some construction, you can go to your DPW guy, here, these are the standards, we put in that curb ramp, we do that. So you have that as a guide. So yes, we have a lot of boilerplate stuff. We do it on purpose because I think it's useful for the communities. I think Mr. Divers had a comment on sidewalks, curb cuts, and cost estimates. So that's very difficult to do. And again, I'm going back to my own previous life. There's so many variables that will go with a sidewalk curb and constructions. You don't know what the edge of the right of way is. You don't know the edge of the property lines are. You don't know if the town's going to use concrete or asphalt. You don't know if where the water hole. In some cases, you have manholes and grate covers in the route of travel. And can you relocate that manhole, that storm drain, and what's it going to cost to do that? You have you have a cross slope that might be 8, 9, 10% on a driveway. So you're going like this to the road level. Now you're going to cut that 2% the max on cross slopes. So you're going to go like this to like this and like that. Well, if you're the user of that driveway, your car is going to bottom out. You're not going to make it up the driveway. So you're going to have to go get construction easements and then go into the private property and figure out the leveling of that driveway. So one, you meet your ADA standard, 521 is also, they could get access to the driveway. So there's a lot to it. So that would be similar where some of these projects require elevator design. Really, you need an engineer to look area by area to get cost estimates. So we don't provide cost estimates on that. It just, I would just say $1 million. I mean, I just wouldn't know. So you had a great suggestion, and that's great about having a summary of all the different ones and cost estimates and put that in the appendix. Great idea, makes a lot of sense. There was a comment about some of the response we have in the individual assessments responsibilities. We didn't know all those were, so we'll work with Connor and see who the proper parties are. If it's not rec or if it's not school, whoever it is, obviously that's great. There was a comment by an individual about not all the meeting facilities were addressed. We didn't know about Trotter School also being used for town meetings in the assembly area and also in the library for meetings areas. Actually, I was at Trotter 2 weeks ago. I've got about 18 pages of write-up completed. I'm going back there on Thursday to finish. I've already been in the assembly area, already been in the library. There are issues. So what I'm thinking now, again, as we do this, we modify our self-eval. We have polling places and public meeting places, and we have a general discussion in that area in the self-eval and refer to the appendix for the detailed, of what those requirements are. But that was a good point. Whoever had brought that up. The final thing, all right, access to the golf course, and I think Mark had brought this up in terms of the lack of a sidewalk. So that was the best answer on this. So the ADA requires an accessible route from a site arrival point to buildings and facilities on that site. There is an exception if the only means to those other areas is by a vehicular route, which doesn't include a pedestrian route of travel. So areas that we have done where so on Corderville Road, there is no sidewalks in that area, none whatsoever. So, so in our interpretation, it would be that you're coming from an area which doesn't provide sidewalks for an accessible route of travel. You'll be providing one to an area to then, which would be the public safety complex, to then to another area which doesn't have an accessible route and only can be accessed by a vehicle travel. So in our understanding, that would fall under those exceptions. And we have had other cases. We'd had a golf clubhouse in South Hadley, similar circumstance, long driveway, no sidewalks, you drove there and that was it. Accessible route to travel to the facilities within. However, I would know be the determination of that. I mean, ultimately, if you wanted a clear-cut determination, and bottom line would be if it was determined, then you'd have to provide sidewalks and it'd be very expensive because you look at the topography and you'd have cross ramps and you'd have to do it. My assumption is that we had the public safety complex built in 2019, which was that prior to the golf clubhouse or about the same. Then that would be part of the permitting process. And normally you wouldn't have, if you don't have sidewalks, you wouldn't provide sidewalks to a site because you're coming from nowhere. And so that was the assumption approach we made. If you really wanted an absolute definitive answer, then it would be getting a confirmation from the Access Board of Mass Health Disability. So, that's something, if you want, we can provide some information, you want to make a request, or again, our assumption is that it's not required because it doesn't come, there's no sidewalks. So you're not denying anyone, you're not providing a service or access any differently than you would someone who didn't have a mobility limiting disability. Everyone's treated equal. And that's what the ADA is about. Everyone's treated equally. So there's no difference in how it's approached there. So that's quickly the some of your comments. Good comments. Good questions. Quick background. I know you've got to have the agenda.
Can I just ask a question? So I know I didn't submit comments, but again, I have your packet. It was a lot to go through. I tell you, I'd be glad to take this off the desk here. But would it be okay, before you move on from the comment section, if any other members of the board or even the ADA had a comment to add in this section? So I guess I can start. One of the things I found useful was actually Mrs. Faniff had created like an executive summary of, and it was very helpful as I was going through this. Oh, sorry. Can you mute? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So there's actually a copy here. It was something Mrs. Faniff put together, and I was able to share it with the board. We have extra copies here too, Marty. So this was one of the things I found very useful as we were going through, is to have kind of everything listed out. So we had an idea of going forward. So again, I will just share that as a comment. I will thank Mrs. Faniff for putting in the work to get that done. It was very much appreciated. So that was a comment I would add, other than, boy, you guys had your work cut out for you. And I very much appreciate all the effort that went into this. So I'll leave that as my comment. I'll see if Ms. Malinowski or Mr. Healy would like to add anything further.
Thank you. In terms of the playgrounds, that seems to be a lot of the areas, and Fayetteville's a new playground. Is this a common issue that you're finding, and it's mostly related to doing wood chips instead of the surface?
I'm not used to this. I'm used to Zoom, so I'm used to, but I'm not used to. Yes, that is 100% an issue. So I hope there's nobody in the wood industry watching. So the wood industry is going to argue that yes, it is compliant, and they're also going to argue that some of the rubberized stuff. And there was a hearing, a couple, and Mike can even test more to this. There's been on the table now for I think a couple of years, 520 CMR to make some big changes to it, including how surfaces are with wheelchairs. And there's been public hearings that were held. And I attended one of UMass again a couple of years ago, and the wood chip industry was there, and they're saying, I mean, it's compliant. And the access board is saying, no, it's not compliant. Because if you're in arm crutches, or if you're in a walker, and wheelchairs, it's a drag. And even with wheelchair arm braces, it's a drag. It's really, there's a lot of resistance. It's very tough to maneuver. Not only as a child, but if you're a parent who has a child, you want to be close to your child. It's just very difficult. So there are other exceptions. It doesn't have to be the rubberized board in place. You can do stone dust as it's maintained, but stone dust, as you know, it's a big maintenance issue. You could even do asphalt. There are mats you can put down. I'm trying to think now. I think this was Dudley plan we just finished up recently. They had a mat similar to what you might use for some of the beach, and it'd roll out to the areas. They didn't do it quite 100% correct, but you could do that. Didn't have to be all the poured in place because it's expensive. You can use wood chips if it meets the standards for the fall zone area. That's areas immediate around where you have to be whatever, so the kids fall, they don't get all scraped up and banged up and that sort of stuff. But that is a very much common area. Now the other thing is, you don't have to have we write everyone up, but you don't have to have every single, if you got 10 playgrounds in town, it's not expected all 10 playgrounds need to be accessible. You could say we're having this one to be accessible. We're going to make some improvements over here, because to make every single one 100% compliant, budget to $20,075. I mean, it's just going to be so prohibitively expensive. So you set up policies in place. This is what it is. This one here in town, you have, well, there's some slope issues, and you did rubberized surface, but go to some areas, but that would be easy to extend to some of the other play components within. So again, that you could look and identify it, but that's, yes, very common things.
Thank you.
Marty?
Nothing really in this area. I mean, just again, very comprehensive report. I guess I'll jump the gun a little bit. In your experience, what towns that are sort of somewhat similarly situated to Southborough in terms of population, maybe resources, stuff like that, have done the best job addressing this from a funding standpoint?
Yeah.
Because I'm not a big fan of sort of reinventing the wheel.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's two things here. Number one, it's a very large nut in terms of addressing all of these issues.
It is.
No question about that. On the other hand, these are about as top priority as you could get in terms of issues that should be addressed by a town.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious as to what there's a funding section at the end that gives some ideas that I thought were creative. The CPA, I think, is a very interesting idea for I'm not sure if there, again, from a town standpoint, there's a much more compelling use of CPA funds than addressing disability needs. But I'm just curious as to, again, not like to reinvent the wheel, some towns that have done a really good job accelerating, whether it's from a bonding perspective with interest rates as low as they are, any sort of perspective on that, I would find very helpful.
Unfortunately, very few, if any. But I think you're going to see a difference now. So let me go back. So I did a plan 11, 12 years ago for a small town in upper central, town of Petersham, up northern Quad. And they asked me to redo the plan again because an MOD is saying after 10 years, you need to update your plan. So I went up there and I updated it. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. I still had to go to every single site and look, nothing changed. They didn't do anything. I drove by there about a year after the plan. They finally started to make some improvements to the town hall and put a ramp and stuff on it. So the town of Lancaster is funny. Today, we just got an email from their administrator, and this is innovative. I thought they're having, so their gazebo, we're in their town common, the Lancaster, their buildings and facilities, not on an accessible route, not accessible because of a step up. Yeah, the Boy Scout project is now going to make a ramp, make an accessible route, and we had to design. So Mike and I commented on the specs and requirements and blah, blah, and they're going to start donating materials. So as part of an Eagle Scout project, which I don't know if you have scouts in town, but with the volunteers, some of these low hanging ones, great little things you could do. I'm jumping ahead way here. So community gardens was one that was identified where it would be nice to have an accessible route, parking route, and then maybe a raised bed garden so that people in a wheelchair could use. Great scout project. A couple of raised beds, a little, stone dust maintained, route of travel, that sort of thing. So other towns are recently plugging away. I know some of the rec areas, both Grafton and Upton, recently have purchased, and that was the report for their beach, the rollout matting, and made some other improvements of parking. So, but no one's really been doing a lot. Now, what's happening is, one, the state is saying Mass Office of Disability, and now it's got DHCD, Community Development, saying, if you don't have your ADA plan in place within like 5 years, for example, you're not going to be able to apply for CDBG funds anymore. You're not going to allow for other discretionary funding. USDA is requiring that towns have a plan in place to access their USDA funding, loan and grants for facilities. DCR is requiring self-elevation transition plan as part of the open space rec plan approval process. So there are a lot of basically the carrot and stick. So now Kim is saying we need to get this plan. We actually got to start showing some movement on the plan because, and you have to show movement. So having the plan by itself as Mark said or Connor said, a protection on the federal side, but you have to show an honest effort that you're moving forward, whether it be low hanging fruit, whether it be whatever. Now, and I forgot to mention the side. John was great. John Perrin was awesome. 7 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, I get up, look, there's an email from John. Yeah, Jim, I look at my report. We're ready to do this in town hall. What do I need to do? And so I email, and then just I think it was last week or something, like, Jim, we get these thresholds we're doing, and, you saw it's gotta be this, so I say, it's gonna be, quarter inch or, beveled or up to no more than half inch, 1 and 2 slope, blah, blah. Okay, so then wait a second, let me find, so I found a little illustration schematic sent to him. Great, have my guys do this, follow the schematic. So, he's gung ho, so he's gonna try to do as much low hanging fruit as he can, so it's great. But it really depends on the town and your disabilities committee, hopefully to push that forward to, help prioritize and that sort of thing. But again, a lot of it goes with either of the projects going on, either with Mass Works or other funding, you can incorporate, let's try to get this sidewalk included so we can eliminate that, it doesn't cross slope. We're definitely gonna get these curb ramps, but a lot of times you see them and they're still not done 100% right with a proper level landing and that sort of thing. So let's make sure it's done right and engage your disability commission so they ensure that, those are done. It'd be helpful if even on a independent plan review, and not to the layer, but have them look at it and say, yeah, it's meeting the standard. Yeah, this is great. So that's a long-winded answer, but.
Yeah, no, that's helpful in a negative way.
I would just add, as you're making changes, that's the best time to make improvements. And I think the biggest success stories we've seen are probably through grants. I forgot to tell you, Town of Uxbridge just got a Safe Routes to School grant. They're fixing a lot of the sidewalks down there.
Okay.
Yeah, complete streets. I mean, there are programs where accessibility for the state is a priority now. And I think having the plan puts you in a good position to be successful.
Okay, but it sounds like that there hasn't. I'm not a big fan, and I suspect my fellow members of the board are not fans of plans sitting on a shelf. And even seeing this, the 2030. I'm not going to be on the board of selectmen in 2030. And I'd like to maybe we have to invent the wheel in terms of addressing this from a more comprehensive. I hear you in terms of low hanging fruit and everything like that. I just think that, geez, when did the Disabilities Act pass?
1990.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
31 years.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. So anyway, I'm thinking out loud, but again, terrific report. And now in some respects, the ball shifts to our side of the court to figure out a way to get this funded before 2030.
Thank you. ADA committee, is there anything or comment, Bonnie? If you want to come up, Connor, if I can have you jump up for 2 seconds and no, you said. Bonnie, can you just come to them? Sorry, you gotta be on the microphone. Wait, hold on, YouTube, hold on. Go ahead.
Where did you come up with the dates for completion or suggesting that time frame?
It's just a suggestion and immediate, because again, one thing looking at with folks' budget cycles and finance and and some immediate would be something which would have somewhat of immediate impact and was low cost. And then near would be, I think it was the next like 3 to 5 years, you could actually budget that in your capital plan. You may have something's already in place, and the long-term ones are basically the more costly ones. And you may even need some design assistance to figure that out. None of those are cast in stone. This is a moving document. And even under the ADA, it's to be recognized that it's subject to the availability of funds of the local jurisdiction. So again, if you clearly other issues, then you can, again, and that's why we like to do the notebook style, because you can actually make some changes, put in place, add an addendum behind it saying why things are not, So again, that's not cast in stone. Just as our suggestion, things that are easier, cheaper, try to get them done. Things that are much more complicated, more costly, move along.
The town is in the process of looking at a space needs study or disposing of property. Is there a way that we can ask for a waiver?
A waiver?
And not address any issues within those buildings until we, at town, decide if we're going to dispose of a building or the space needs that we need or thought we need are different than what we're planning for.
So again, that's up to you as a community and a plan. So we have suggested timeframes. If you're looking at, you need to have an action within the next 18 months on how that property is going to be addressed. You're within a right to do it within a plan, and you might make an addendum page, page 32A, whatever it might be, and saying that, we're decide to move the time frame on this because looking at options, we may not be using this facility as its current purpose.
And that's up to the town. to
It's up to the
decide.
town to
We
decide.
So the plan is flexible, even though you gave years certain in your document.
Correct. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay.
Thanks. So I just have some very, very basic questions so I can understand and kind of contextualize this report. The only background I really had for it was that when I was on the advisory committee previously, I think Mr. Science had explained that we're doing this report, and one of the main functions of doing the report is that by doing this report, the town buys itself some type of legal protection against ADA claims as long as it can. So could you just kind of put this in is this being provided to us just for informational purposes? This is a draft report. It can be changed. Do we need to think carefully about, the specific details in here? Because are we going to have a vote to adopt this at some point? Could you just put it in some more context in terms of, as a member of the board, what, if anything, is being asked of us with respect to this report in the next, tonight, next 3 months, 6 months, year?
So I'm going to jump in here. I
Really dumb it down for me so I can understand at a really basic level. Sure.
kind of jumped in the middle of your presentation, and I heard you say that your presentation may address some of those questions. So what I was saying is, again, for anybody that may not have heard me, we'll continue with the presentation, and hopefully, Andrew, the question that you have, and it kind of shaking his head yes, so it will be answered. So
I can do a quick.
Go for it. Go for it.
So yeah, the protection, there is a federal protection. So I'm going to give an example specifically. Many years ago, town of Southbridge did not have an ADA plan in place. There was an individual, and that's how I originally got involved with this. There was an individual was in a wheelchair, and there was no curb ramp, and he was trying to cross street, fell off into the street, almost got hit by a car, and was almost killed. So he filed suit against town. Town said, we don't need to do that. So long and short, they went to federal court. Town administrator didn't show up. Mark would never do that. Second time, didn't show up. They said, you get a $50,000 fine, you get a plan done in 30 days. So they got the plan done in 30 days, which I ended up doing. And they now said, okay, fine, we'll accept the plan, and you long as show incremental efforts to move forward. They haven't done everything. There's still some things they haven't done, but they showed and modify. So it's really, if you're showing the effort and they're building in every year a little bit of money, they can chip away at things. And it might take 30, 40. It may take, you may never get all the things done. It's just not practical. And as this lady indicated here, maybe you're gonna do a change in use. And you can change how that use in building. Another thing, so I'll quickly go into, I'm going to jump now into the presentation part. I'm not going to go a lot of detail, you're on a time frame. So the ADA is a civil rights law, all right? It's intended that there be equal access for all persons to programs and services. And it's basically civil rights guaranteed to person with physical and mental impairments. There are 5 titles, not going to all, but there's 2 of them that affect you. One is employment, equal opportunity employment. Title 1. Title 2 is access to program and services, requirement of a self-evaluation and transition plan. So that's important because under the ADA, unlike 521 CMR, which I'll just briefly mention, one of the ways you can achieve compliance is not by a physical modification, by relocating a program or service or modifying a policy or procedure. So, or it can even be through a reasonable accommodation. So again, it doesn't mean 521 CMR on the mass side is strictly a building code. It is triggered solely by construction. And so once you start doing work in a public building, I'm not going to go into specifics, I've got them here, but I know you're on time frame. Certain percent value of the building, versus the work, you need to do X. If it's certain percent value of the building and X amount of work, $100,000 is trigger more than that, you have to do X, Y, and Z. If it's more than 30% of the value of the building, whole building has to come in compliance. That's on this, that's in the building code, but the ADA says no. So let's say, for example, you had some kind of program up here, you didn't have the elevator, you had some kind of program of services up here, and people couldn't get access. Well, you can't afford to do the elevator, so you relocate that program of service somewhere to where it is accessible, and that's allowed. Same thing as if your employee was up here, there's no elevator. Mark's office is on the second floor. He gets in a car accident, unfortunately. Now he can't, he's in a wheelchair for 2 years or whatever it is till he gets healed. He gets his office relocated on the first floor. It's accessible. So there's ways you can do it under the ADA, not all cost-based. So I don't know if that totally answers, but again, there's ways of achieving it. Briefly, and then how much time do you folks want us to spend on this? It's $40
Until you're done. Yeah, until you're done.
Okay. All right.
As long as you don't play 25.
Yeah, we are going to try to kill it, but it's just 4 things. On the plan content and format, this, yes, I mentioned before, front end, self-eval, transition plan, and appendices. So you saw in the report what was in there. And when I'm going to turn it over to Mike for the self-eval piece, and then I'll go back. I'm going to do a general overview on transition plan and just highlight a couple things for each building, because we really could be here, all week going through that.
Mike, over to you, if you want to unmute.
Okay. All right. Now that we got most of the presentation out of the way, now we'll go back to my stuff. Just first, give you a little background. I'm a T6 paraplegic using manual wheelchair to get around. So I am really sensitive to the regs of 521 CMR and the civil rights laws coming down with the disability. So with that, working with Jim, it's a great partnership because multiple perspectives. So self-evaluation. This is really we're looking at policies now. Where Jim was touching on more of the physical stuff. So I'm going to go, just for the sake of time, I'm just going to really try my best to highlight, the requirements and more detail is actually in the plan itself. And that after this presentation, that if questions do come up, feel free to reach out to us. And Jim earlier, mentioned town of land tax. Ask, inquiring about a gazebo. Well, you know what? That's the second time they out to us. The first time was about listening devices for public meetings. So that's why we're here. So again, feel free to continue to use this even after tonight. So first order of business, Commission on Disability. And Town of Southborough does have an Americans with Disability Act committee, and that can be found under websites. But it's not known if it's a commission that's established vote of town meeting.
Actually, can I interrupt? I can't understand. And I'm getting about 75 or 80% of what's being said. And it's not your fault. You're not doing anything wrong. It's just, I think, at least for me, I don't know if other folks, I'm not sure if it's a productive use of time if we can't hear everything that's being said.
I think if we have him move his microphone just in front of his mouth, that might help. We'll give that a shot.
Give it a shot, but is there other folks are in the same boat? Okay, all right.
Okay, is that any better? Now, geez, I have no idea what to say.
You have to be talking for us to know.
Okay, you know what? Oh, I'm gonna turn off the. Is that any better? Can you hear me at all now?
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, can you at least hear me now? All right, good. All of a sudden, when I no longer had a Zoom account, it affected everything, including, my ability to use my earbuds. So I'm just going to wing it. All right, so where was I on the Disability Commission? All right, so if it hasn't been established under Chapter 47HA, then I would recommend that the town do that, via town meeting. Next is ADA coordinator. Mark Purple is listed as the ADA coordinator according to both the boards and committees information listing on on the website, and so the ADA Section 504 grievance form located in the Americans with Disabilities Committee tab under boards and committees. So really nothing you need to do there. Maybe just post in more areas, say like the town hall. So.
Excuse me, Mike, I'm going to jump in here. It's really hard to hear you again. I apologize. We're catching like every other word you're saying.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do then, because I'm not tech savvy, and I don't know what the hell happened, why things happened. So when I'm on the clock again, I'm just going to have my IT company fix things up. So I'm going to have to just turn it over to Connor and Jim, and I'm really sorry about this.
Well, Mike, thank you very much I apologize for the difficulties we're having, but I think Connor and Mr. Mazik are, we'll move forward. And I think if there's anything you need to jump in on, it might be easier that way. Okay, gentlemen, go ahead.
So. So how we normally, I'm gonna get into this, and I'm just gonna go quick, because when we do these plans, we typically do the field work together. And like Mike indicated, him being in a wheelchair, and now he sees a lot more. There's a lot more things he can. We reach ranges and thresholds, as things, and there's things I see him and say, Mike, can you look at this? So we work together as a team. I do the write-ups, and then I send them up to him. He does reviews and edits and back to me. And then the same thing with self-eval. He concentrates on the self-eval piece, which he was going to be doing now. Put together, sends it to me, I review it, back to him. So it's kind of that team effort. We pull it together, ship it off to Connor. So I wasn't prepared to go through the self-eval piece. I'm going to go real quick in terms of, from what quick scan I did. And so anyway, he answered Mark being the ADA coordinator. I don't believe it was consistent with what MOD had on its file. So would recommend it needs to be notification to them who the ADA coordinator is. It didn't appear to be that it was consistent. And this is based upon, and Mike goes through all the survey forms. He puts together a spreadsheet and evaluates things. He would have more detail, but it didn't seem to be consistent public notice with the different boards and commissions. So again, consistency, not only the language used, but in terms of how things are posted. Now, one thing, and I don't even, with your meeting notice, you have, so I'm looking at your current meeting notice, and
I didn't see it on there.
See, there's nothing in here. Yeah, there's nothing on here, which would be typical in law if you go, so there should be a standard language that's used. We have some recommended language in terms of if you need assistance, X, Y, and Z, how many days in advance, who you notify, and that sort of thing. And that's especially if we did, like I said, we had some, I forget which town it came up with, maybe went back when we were doing Berlin, about virtual meetings and some stuff. So again, for virtual meetings, very clear to have that on there. AV 88 grievance procedure. Again, I think the previous 88 coordinator was listed on that and not Mark. And I think there really should be additional information posted in not only town hall, but other public facilities, library, others of people who normally congregate. Yeah, policies, procedures, practices. And again, this is, I don't have the details on Mike's side, but I believe the response of the departments were different in terms of how folks respond to different things, whether it be reasonable accommodations, whether it be, how to address, provide assistance. So again, that consistency across the board, it's in the report. I'm just skimming over what that is. Similar job descriptions. So with job descriptions, and I think you're talking one tonight, but again, what's key is really what are the essential functions of that position, what it takes to do that job. I was talking to someone the other day, and they were asking about that. I think this was actually in Halifax. And the woman said, it was, I think, in the accountant office. And she says, well, I have filing to have done. And, the files are up high here. And, I said, well, a person in a wheelchair, they can do filing. But, maybe you have to tailor your job. It's a reasonable accommodation. You still have to work. This person does a filing, but, this level up. And this person in the chair does a filing, this level down. This person in the chair does a lateral files. So, you can base accommodations and change up your job description. You can also use language, which is not discriminatory, or which will assist you in not having a discrimination suit. So for example, that's a person who could, a secretarial administrative position. And you say, well, you got to stand, you got to walk, you do this. Well, you don't have to. If you're working at your desk and going back and forth, you have to traverse. You have the ability to stay stationary, be upright, but you don't have to stand. You don't have to walk. So you can use certain language which is non-discriminatory, which a person who maybe has a mobility limiting disability could perform. But if you didn't hire him and say, hey, you didn't hire me because you said I had to walk. So that kind of stuff would protect you. So maintenance issues, that's part of things we look at as part of the self-eval. And so in many cases, if there's signage that's missing, are you replacing it? If there are bricks, and I think there were some bricks out in front here which were broken and they're change level surface, are those being repaired? Are travel routes being maintained? Actually, when I was doing in front of, next to the Courtable Hall building, that sidewalk, and it was being cleared. It was all overgrown, but there are other areas. There was behind Woodward School, from the entrance up to the playgrounds, all the shrubbery had grown over, and the clear width of the sidewalk, which should be at least 36 inches, was now down to about 22 inches. So those are maintenance things. You need to make sure you regularly have a list to do. In many cases, bathroom stall doors, they need to be fully self-closing. They're not. And so, which is more troublesome. We also have interior and exterior pull devices. If you don't have an exterior pull device, well, how are you going to shut the door if it doesn't self-close? You're going to try to reach way down to pull it open, pull it shut. So those are, sink plumbing that might be guard or insulated, which comes undone. So make sure those things are taken care of. It wasn't clear, and I didn't see here, we didn't see locations. If you have, I didn't see in the Charter auditorium, if you have an assisted listening system, no evidence, not on the website. So I'm assuming you don't. If you do, then you need to be posted. Also in Charter, so there are 7, which is a fine number for the number of seats of seats which have the removable armrest. But there needs to be some sort of a diagram when you come in of where those seats are located. You didn't have that. one of the seats actually had the little, handicap universal accessibility design missing on that. So those would be there. So those are like maintenance things that need to be done. Website, I'm just going to hit on quickly because I didn't do that. Mike did. Mike said it probably typically goes through and reviews things and everything. But you guys use Civic Plus. Civic Plus is a great platform. We've had no problems at all with them complying with accessibility and AD requirements. Emergency preparedness. I know we did see some information from your director. We do have the guidance in Chapter 7, so we'll look at what he sent or she sent and just recommend still you follow some of the guidance. And then polling places, again, Mike indicated earlier, you're polling, it's at Trotter. There is some little accessibility issues they are getting in. They'll be talked about when we do the schools, but you do use the AutoMark system. I think Mike said he indicated he talked to the town clerk. It is positioned in a way that it's not visible from other people, so there's this privacy issue not involved, and it's wheelchair accessible. So, I said, real quick nutshell, those are the cases we looked at with the Salvo valve. There's much more detailed report, but I just kind of skimmed over.
Is there anything? Oh, Mr. Healy, excuse me.
What is the timetable for the school component that you've been talking about?
November 30th.
November 30th? Okay.
We're trying to do those, most of them, if we get them done during the summer, because it's great, the schools aren't there. The kids aren't there. The schools will always be there. The kids aren't there. So Trotter should be finished on Thursday, then a couple of days of write-up, and then next week but I'll probably start at the end of the month with one of the other schools. So I'd say we should have 75% of the assessments completed by the end of August, and then try to work in the final building, whichever one it will be, probably the high school last, in September or in October and all that. So it'll be done before June, the 30th. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
So Connor, what are our next steps with you?
I think we're going to just go through quick things on the buildings, a couple physical barriers if we have time, if that's okay.
Okay. Not going to go through, you saw the format, so I'm not going to usually go through that. We're not going to do that. I will say one thing. I don't know if I already said it or not. 521 CMR does not govern employee workspaces. ADA does. Big difference. And also the ADA can also address as reasonable accommodations for those workspaces. So there's areas specifically with police, fire, DPW. They must meet certain strict physical requirements for their position, which are essential functions. So there are areas which are close to the public. It would be such as locker rooms, maybe the day room with the firefighters, might be employee area with their break room, their own work area. So there's areas we quickly list what some of the areas are of non-compliance as a narrative, but basically, unless you change who has access to those areas, the use, whatever, nothing would need to be addressed only as a reasonable accommodation request. And one thing might be if you change from police, fire, I forget who does the dispatch, but if police or firefighters, EMS actually did the actual dispatch, you change now to civilian dispatch. And now the civilian dispatch would have access to those same areas anywhere accessible, then you have to make them accessible because that would, or some reasonable accommodation. So general, and again, I'm trying to make this quick for you. Across the board, all of the facilities, very common areas, parking being non-compliant, which means excessive running slopes or cross slopes, which means greater than 2%. Parking spaces, aisles, either too narrow. So you need 8 foot wide van space, 8 foot wide access aisle, 8 foot wide passenger space, 5 foot wide access aisle. Not always met. Signage was often too high or too low. 60 inches minimum to the bottom of the sign, 96 inches max on the top. Some were too low, some are way too high. No more than 10 feet in front. And in many cases, no van designated accessible signage spaces rather. A lot of buildings, no tactile designations signage on the lever side of the door or no signage at all. Many of the buildings knob style hardware, not lever style, so it needs to be something operable with a closed fist. Doesn't require pinching or twisting of my wrist. Protruding objects can be a variety of sources. I'll drill down a couple of specific examples. I'll only do 1 or 2 per building. Anything that's more than 4 inches from the wall into the accessible route of travel at a height of 27 inches and 80 inches. So that could be a sign, that could be, it could be a, one here, it could be, I don't think that's that's not 4 inches.
Almost.
No, it's close, but didn't make it. So oftentimes you have television monitoring screens when you walk in a hallway, when you all the meeting schedules, that would be one. AEDs, defibrillators, those are often the case. So in many cases, it's very simple. You can put a fixed object underneath there, and by cane detection, I'll pick that up. In many cases, maybe you need a wing wall to be erected, and John's folks could do that. Cane detection will pick that up. Stair railings, drinking fountains. So drinking fountains must be both high and low. Low for wheelchair access, high if, I don't have to stoop over. I get a bad back. I can't bend down. I need to have high. So they need to be high and low. Most cases, they're either high or low, or they're high and no knee, or they're low and they're no knee. But anyway, that be high and low. Then we get that's details are in there. Counters, service counters are 36 inches high, 36 inches wide. If it's an eating surface or a desk, it's 34 inches. So in many cases, service counters were too high, were high. Reach range under the ADA is 48 inches, under 521 CMR is 54 inches. That's for your general reach range in areas like, rooms like this, hallways. So if you were to light switch, 40 inches would be the max. Reach range, I don't know why, it's different in the bathroom. In the bathroom for dispensers is 42 inches. But in many cases, the reach range, things are not in reach range. And this is an anomaly just for the ADA standards, doors with glass panes. So if you have a door with glass panes, it can't be more than 43 inches above finished floor. That's so that if you're walking, you can see it. If I'm in a wheelchair, I can see it. If it's more than 43, I can't see. We both should be able to see who's coming through the door. In the plan, we say, well, one thing you can actually modify it, which is expensive, would just frost the door so everyone's treated equally. That's a cheap way to address it. In bathrooms, there are numerous issues throughout, some minor, some major. Reach ranges, again, 42 inches for dispensers, sink plumbing not wrapped below, the urinal being too high, 17 inches is the max. Now, maybe the urinal shields, there wasn't enough clear width between. The flush valve on a water closet has to be on the open side or wide side. Sometimes they're on the opposite side. Grab bars. So grab bars, there's a range of 33 to 36 inches above finished floor to the top of the gripping surface. There's no tolerance allowed when there's a range. So if you were at 32 3/4 inches, technically you're outside range. You have to raise it by. I know that you had a lot of that. And in some cases, the water closets themselves, 18 inches on center to the near wall, 42 inches from the far wall, 42 inches in front. You didn't have quite the setbacks. So the specifics are all in there. Mirror to reflecting surface on the mirror, 40 inches from the floor to the bottom of the reflecting surface. A lot of folks and new construction, even architects, they think it's the bottom of the mirror, which is the frame. It's the reflecting surface. So I'll do 2 per building. I think this was a big issue in my mind, and I had this in South Hadley a couple years ago. So, and I think your insurance folks would be concerned about this. So I go into the men's bathroom on the first floor, and right down to my right-hand side is a staircase. There's no barriers, no protection. So if I'm side impaired and I've got cane detection, I'm looking and I could easily fall down the stairs. So I would recommend clearly to be some sort of, and I mentioned some sort of barrier that you put there, whether it be a chain, whether it be something. So I'm going to pick that up. I'm going to pick it up in a couple of ways. So that's, to me, that's a concern. There were railings too low. So one thing these railings here actually are too low, and I believe they're too wide. It's an historic building. You have the stairway up front. I don't think there's any variance to the retainers. I would get a variance on these because you don't want to change them out. No one's complaining about them, but it's still something that's, there are other issues. I'm going to try them too for building. Cortical Hall, a couple quick things that stood out. So when you come down the stairs, interior stairs, and there's a coat rack, and I'm getting about 3/4 way down, and that coat rack is like right here, my eye level. That's a clear protruding object. And that could be a serious injury that should be removed. And in general, there are a lot of issues there with stair railings, interior, exterior egress, either too high, too low, no extensions on the bottom, no extensions on the top. So again, those were just two quick issues. DPW, I'm not even sure you still have this in place, but you had a sticker window. I don't know if that's just for COVID. So when you came up and there was a makeshift little and a sticker window, there was no, the accessible route it was just gravel and it was not stable, and the new stuff was too high. So, get rid of it. Annex basically, if it's used as it is, you're fine. Storage close to the public, but it was mentioned that it may be an office there. If there's an office there, you've got issues with parking. There's no level landing in front of the door. I think the door width didn't meet 32 inches. Accessible route. There's just a lot of stuff in there. Bathrooms, thresholds, levers, signage. So you have to put a lot of money into that building if you're going to convert it to an office, and the bathroom itself too. So library. Could I look at here? That's quickly. So there's some issues on the parking. So the parking, there is no access aisles with 2 parking spaces by the door. They're close to the door. There's no access aisles. You put access aisles there, you're going to block off that and kind of turnaround because you're going to be driving into the access aisle. So, you have a couple of options. One option would be you'd have to somehow construct either one side, build over more, retaining wall, costly, or option 2, leave those as spaces for, it could be people with other mobility impairments, not just wheelchair, maybe folks, elderly folks, quick drop-off pickup, and then construct a new accessible parking space just beyond there on accessible travel at the top, which has pretty much level space in there. And it's maybe 30, 40 feet from the front door. So basically you would even enhance the availability of, technically the bottom ones wouldn't be truly accessible if they could be used by people with different issues, concerns. And so there are a couple of issues there with table and workstations, didn't have minimum clear width, and the stack was both in the T level and on the upper level didn't have the required 36-inch clear width. Yeah, I got about 6 or 7. I'm going to try to get 2. Golf clubhouse. So there was issues going with the exterior stair railings, too low or too high. They lacked extensions, and actually the nosings on the stairs were up to 1 inch and they were not beveled. So you need to have a beveling. So again, if I have a drop foot and I'm 1 inch, I might kick, it's not beveled, so I'm going to catch myself on that stair, tread. So it needs to be beveled, so I'm not catching it. So that, and then from the deck threshold, there's not beveled, same thing. Museum, accessible route traveling to the building. There's a big water hole manhole cover right in the middle, 2 inches or 1 inch, half inches up. Problem. Stair issues, threshold issues. The biggest issue, which was the bathroom was being used as a mini museum. So there's all stuff being stored in there, and there's no maneuverability, there's no clearance, there's nothing. It's like, okay, it doesn't quite work. Public safety is pretty much good shape. There's a couple things. I'm not going to really not necessarily go there. I'm going to make 2 positive comments though. And you're going to use this in the future and maybe incorporate into plans as good examples. Best examples I've ever seen of emergency eye wash stations. So typically eye wash stations, both the ones, some are from the ground, most from the ground, they have no knee clearance. They're too high. So if you're in a chair, you can't, use them. They're up to here. Or if you're up below, the pull chain is too high. There were 2 different types. They were great. One was actually came out of the wall, pulled down. Once you pull it down, up, it was out of height, which was perfect. Another one was a different type of example, but whoever did that, the architect did a good job in putting those in place. Cemetery admin, not going to pass through that. I'm going to make a general comment on recreation, not going to go through, but general comment, again, we mentioned this, accessible routes of travel. There needs to be accessible to travel to and around all the components of the field. If it goes to a bleacher, there needs to be level areas for a wheelchair. There needs to be the accessible signage and parking rather. The toilets need to be ADA compliant and on an accessible route. We mentioned already about the playground areas. The other thing, which is sold to the ADA standards, if there's a chain link fence, it must be flush at the base from the above the ground up to 10 inches on the push side. And I'm assuming the rationale is if I'm in a wheelchair, if I'm going to walk anything, I need a flush surface to push open that door. If it's not, then I may get clothing, I may get my any caught on that chain link, and which is going to be a problem for me. I'm not going to again. So I'm going to look at. No, I'm not going to go in anything. Lundblad Field, the route of travel from the sidewalk up to the field itself, 7.6 foot running slopes, means we need handrails, railings. Because technically it's a ramp. And the only other thing I will not actually mention, Fin Mooney, Snack Shack, broadcast booth, both had abrupt change level surface, broadcast booth up to 4 inches, can't get into the building. There's no accessible route. Counter is too high at the Snack Shack. Curb ramp sidewalk, we looked at 4 general areas. In general, lack of technical warning strips, lack of landings at top of the curb ramps, excessive cross slopes on the driveways, you mentioned that. Abrupt changes, deteriorated surfaces. In some cases, we had actually catch basins in the sidewalk, which means you have grates. You can't have any grates of more than half an inch, including if you had grates here in the building. In some cases, there were some guy wires, which were actually over the playground, which were, at the angle. Those are protruding objects, and they have reduced headroom. They need to be repositioned. So you've got the horizontal and then the pole coming down that would comply. The only other 2 comments are going to relate to mailboxes and recycling trash bins. So in some cases, mailboxes were placed within a sidewalk, either creating a protruding object because they're at a height and extension out, so they service that, or they restricted the clear width of the sidewalk. So I no longer had my 36-inch clear width. And the same with recycling and trash bins. Plopped right dead in the middle of the sidewalk. And your clear width down to about this. I'd strongly recommend their policy be adopted that you do not allow folks to place their trash bins and recycling bins in the sidewalk. They're going to be on the side of the road or on the edge of their property, out of the accessibility of traffic. So that is the quick version.
To your question, our next steps are, now that we have done the public comment, we're going to finalize the report, get that to Vanessa so she can send it to the Mass Office of Disability. That'll close out the grant. Then we'll submit the addendum on the schools when that's done. There's no formal approval process from the MOD. So once that's done, we'll send it to MOD again so they can just update their file and we'll be all set.
Okay, and just one comment. This is listed on the website in case anybody at home, I know you kind of skimmed through the comments and again, it's for everybody at home, it's a much larger report. And if anybody's interested in reading the 100 and too many pages, which is appreciated. Is it up on the website? Okay, so people can go to the town website if they're interested in reading it and as well.
And if you're saying these are the regs. So
well, we don't want those though, but thank you. Okay, and Mr. Purple has a question.
So I just want to say I really appreciate you coming in tonight and talking about this. And I'm not going to speak for the board, but I could sit here and listen to you all night. Talk about this. I find it interesting. But I guess the only question I have, you do a lot of these. You've done a lot of communities, and again, when we talked to Connor and said, we have a choice of consultants and everything, I really liked what you did in Arlington, looking at that report and everything. In all the communities you've done, now you've done Southborough. Better than most, worse. I mean, in terms of what you found, you went through a lot of things. There were some things that you talked about that, are going to be, some money to fix, but a lot of it is some of the smaller pieces that, John Parent can come in and his crew can take care of. So I'm just trying to get a sense, as to where you think, in terms of this town where we're
I'd say better than most. I mean, I don't want to mention one town.
Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'd say better than most. I don't want to mention one town we had in central Mass, and oh my God, oh my God, it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. Another town, Northern, and there's actually so far Trotter, this is Trotter, but so far it's really not bad. A lot of small stuff, hardware, levers, signage. But the one school, it was in, again, not gonna mention town. Oh my God. Oh, it was just, and one of the problems was there was eight different grades in that one building. And there are actually different standards for K-3, different standards for 4 through 6, different standards for 7 through, and all of them, and just like, oh my God, it's just all over the place. So actually, so far you've been good. Your town center actually was good. You really, nice work done. There wasn't, no, and some of the things just I think on maintenance. So I remember down at, I didn't mention Fayetteville. So that area down there, it looks like there used to be once a stone dust walking trail around, which could easily be brought back to life. Actually, one gentleman was walking and then he came over, we chatted for a while, wondered what I was doing or explained it. So, I mean, there's some things which just a little bit of you could do and just bring it back. So it'd be good. So no, you are better than most. You really are.
Okay. And as for the bathrooms in this building, they're being redone. So I can't promise that Mr. Parent's not going to send you any more 6 a.m. emails, asking how you think this looks and things like that. But
we tell, as I said, we started, that's been our purpose, still consider ourselves, I mean, Mike's in public service. I still something in public service, did all these years. So I have no problem. Like I said, we had a email from a guy, administrative from Lancaster. And we had another for another town on something else. It's like, that's it. And that's what CLW is all about too. I mean, you're not in the service area, but they have no problem, it's just the same thing. So any questions, problems, that's not an issue at all.
Yeah. Thank you. Any last comments from the board? We're ready to move on. We have a robust agenda, Sam. If you can keep it short, it would be appreciated.
Thanks. Very quick comment. I actually didn't quite know what to expect from this, so I'm actually a little surprised the number wasn't bigger in terms of what we needed to do. But it seems to me that the real issue now, it's a management issue in terms of how do we organize the things here. I think that use Mr. Healy's metaphor, the bucket system needs to come into play here, where you've got a number of things that you've suggested we can do fairly easily over a period of time. Other things are longer term, more money, different funding sources. So I think you can slice this in a variety of ways and take the projects and put them into component pieces and make good progress over a reasonable period of time with it. So I think we now know the boundaries of the issue, and there may be some things that are really difficult problems that will take a long time to do, but we've got a good sense now of where we need to go. So I feel a lot better about where we are, and I'm optimistic that we can find ways to get not all of this, most of this done over a reasonable time period. So thank you.
Yep. And I don't know if you folks can hear me.
Bill, do you need to adjourn your meeting? I'm sorry, what? Okay. Sure. Connor, want to let Mrs. Baniff have a seat there and.
It's really to the Board of Selectmen. The CPC, their closing application deadline is July 30th. And I think I'm personally looking for support for the agencies or departments in town that can apply for CPC funds to do some corrective measures, whether they be the fields, the playgrounds, or other items in town, to have the support of the Board of Selectmen to tell them to pursue those funds.
I don't want to stop you, but I'm putting, I sort of agree with Mr. Stivers. I also was not blown away by the number, the bottom line number, which is almost $750,000. The town spent $750,000 on a lot of different things over the years that I don't think are as valuable as this. Yeah, no, I mean, so I am in favor of whatever we need to do to aggressively, both CPC funds, grants, and otherwise, to accelerate this as much as we can. I hear you that maybe we're in better shape than most towns. It probably doesn't feel that way to folks who have ambulatory issues and are handicapped. That's not a particularly good answer for them. And so if you need that, you got one selectman who's incredibly supportive of that and beyond just addressing with department heads. Again, that's why I asked the question about whether or not some other town has done a bonding approach. And just saying, we've got $750,000 that will bring us into absolute compliance and address the needs of folks who are, again, from a handicap perspective, disability perspective, worse off than most of us are. And we should address that. We've bonded things that I don't think give the town the benefits that this would. And I think we need to rethink the way we're using both our town funds, but particularly the CPC funds, because it falls into recreation, it falls into historic, it falls into open space, and a lot of these things fall into that category.
Right, and I think we need to encourage recreation to apply for these funds.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, to correct.
And wait, you're not open.
I think we need to encourage, with the help of the Board of Selectmen, the ADA Committee for town meeting purposes, to encourage recreation because they are the experts on what needs to be done on their facilities. And the town, like you said, Mr. Hill, the town has invested a lot of money just recently in 3 of their fields. And to have them half done, where we are at a point we could have them completely finished and off the chart of things to do, it's really important that we have your support.
And I will add, go ahead, Mark. No, go ahead. I think we're going to.
Sorry, I think that, and I appreciate, Mr. Healy's comments tonight in terms of the funding sources, but if you take a look at, the MOD grant process, if you look at the complete streets, which we now have complete streets and everything, so we can look at addressing some of the sidewalk pieces, infrastructure pieces. And, we annually put money into the facilities maintenance article, which can help address those things too, as well as CPC for some of these projects. I really think we can pretty aggressively attack this list.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put Mr. Perrin on the spot. He's done a great, he puts himself on the spot, but he's done a great job in terms of the green communities pieces and has been very adept at doing what we need to do to be successful in the competitive grant round. And I don't see why we cannot continue that level of success, with the MOD grants and the competitive grants for them. So.
Like I said, the ADA, I think the town needs to realize that we have 3 and 4 generations in this town that want to participate with grandchildren and families that live together, extended families. So it's time. And now that we have a document, I think we need to put it to use.
Mine, this is a big deal. It's a big deal, and I thank all of you folks for putting it on our radar.
Yeah.
Can I add one comment, just some caution on the cost estimate? Because as you know, the costs are escalating. I think I had some TBDs in there because it might involve something more than just some other assistance to determine what the best way was. Some options would include variation from a stone dust route to maybe a paved route, depends, that might increase more. If it involves some other extensive type of construction, now you're talking design, architecture, engineering, you're talking building out the formal bid, overhead and profit, and it could add 35% onto a project cost if it was of that magnitude. So that's probably, that could very increase depending on how you do it, or it depends if how much John could do with his folks. So again, that's just a real rough number.
Thank you. Can you move for 1 second, Ms. Malinowski?
So Mark, you may know the answer to this. There was a warrant article for ADA, and I don't think that we used it. Is that still open?
So I think you're talking about the article for this self-evaluation. Yeah. So we are spending, because we received the grant through CMRPC's assistance, we're using some of the money out of that to do the school pieces. So all the town buildings are going to be done. Okay, so that's the additional, piece. So again, we'll know the full universe of the improvements that need to be made. So we'll help the school out on the study, but they've got to help out on fixing everything in the maintenance pieces.
Okay, I think we have a path. Mr. Kennedy put a note. Let me just, I don't know why it's coming up like it is for me. Okay.
Bruce, I hope my typing isn't.
He's apologizing and we can't hear the apology. Yeah, that's perfect.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. Well, I don't know if you can hear me, but thanks for having us. And feel free to follow up with any kind of questions you may have. No.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Terrific. I want to thank you for your close attention to this particular problem. It's been an issue that I think the ADA committee has been concerned about for quite some time. And I appreciate very much your involvement. The next step, I think, of concern in the ADA committee is how do we proceed procedurally from here? And what do you think the role of the ADA committee should be in assisting you to get the job done to some extent? Is there anything that we should be doing as of next month to help this process along?
Can you read that? I'm sorry. So I appreciate the comment, Bill, and I think once we get the final report, I mean, I think we have starting ground here. I think we need to start prioritizing what's on the list. And I think, and again, this is just my opinion, but I think there's things that are being worked on now. And I think we could, in between getting the final report and getting the schools done, we can start ticking off on some of these things. So in my mindset, it's working on a priority list, and it's the board working with the ADA committee. You know, I think John Parent's going to be in a very integral part of that, but I think it's starting the discussions on how we move forward. And again, Marty, I agree, sooner rather than later in getting some of this stuff done, but applying for grants and whatnot takes time. But in the interim, I think
Bonnie's list is really.
I know, and Bonnie's list, exactly. Mrs. Spanish list is a great starting point, but I think it can start the discussion. Mr. Healy.
I mean, two things are coming up for us. Number one, we I don't know how long it's been going on, but at least for a couple of years, in August, we do a planning meeting, the Board of Selectmen do. And we list out a number of our priorities for the year. This report, I mean, there's a good reason for doing it because it focuses the mind. And you focused, I think, certainly my mind, and I suspect the mind of others here, on something that you just said, which is these are some issues that need to be addressed. I suspect that this issue is going to find its way very much onto our priority for our fiscal 20 or 21-22 year. That's number one. Number two, and I think the ADA committee was one of the ones we met with last year as part of a what are you guys doing? What's important to you? What should we know? And we should do that sooner rather than later, because really, I think that with this in hand, you know, for anything, momentum is important, time is of the essence. And there really should be a focus on the annual town meeting for 2022. And, you know, Mr. Parent's done a terrific job and will continue to do that. There are grants that we can identify and prioritize, but also from a more, I think, from a more global perspective, what can we look to town meeting 2022 from an ADA perspective to ask the town to fund? And I'm not sure that the ADA committee can play a more important role in that, in terms of helping us formulate it, in terms of a warrant article. As I said, one of the things that really jumped out at me from your report was, and it's been I don't want to say a criticism, but it's been a sort of talking point for me, that I don't think the town has been particularly creative about how it's used its CPC funding. The fact that you identified that this is a way for the town to fund something that there aren't too many things that are more important has really sort of, sort of ticked something in my head. And that's an ongoing discussion about, that's a resource as well as other town funding sources, thinking about town meeting 2022. Sorry, that's a little bit longer answer probably than you want, but those two things are coming up. Our planning meeting, I think this is going to clearly be a priority for the 21-22 year. And number two, when we sit down with you folks sooner rather than later to come up with a plan for what we focus on for both grant identification, but also for what can we put on for the annual town meeting in 2022 that advances this aggressively.
And I will add, Marty, if I can have you mute, sorry.
Sorry.
So, and I just said that with being muted, so.
See, Lisa, you forget to turn it on, and maybe it's just personalities. I forget to turn it off.
Okay, so absolutely, you'll have a seat at the table, Bill.
And
Clearly.
furthermore, if, what we would like to try to do is to kind of stop the hemorrhaging, so to speak, in programs, not necessarily in the capital component of this, the 521 component, but there are certain programs within the city that probably should think more about outreach to some of the disabled citizens in town. And so what we would like to try to do is begin to meet with some of the committees in town, outline not only the legal requirements associated with ADA or 521, but maybe try to think of some standards and some other outreach issues that maybe go a little bit beyond what we've discussed here tonight. If that's okay with the committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you. And again, thank you, Connor. I'm not going to have you not leave. So, but again, Mr. Litt, is this quick? Well, can we make it quick? Again, it's going to be a long night. So I would appreciate, I know you supplied comments already, so I don't feel as if I'm stopping you from being able to have a voice. So please sit down and speak.
So I'm not going to make this, I wasn't going to make it long before you asked, although I'm. So you understand, I'm a resident, I'm a friend of the Board of Selectmen as well as of the ADA committee. I'm the one who went through and added a couple of dozen comments to the PDF version of your report. I didn't see that distributed probably because it was so large with the public packet. I just like to make sure that first that people go through those, because I think there were some misunderstandings of what the state is of things in the town, both positive and negative. And then I also like to understand in terms of process, what happens to the next revision of this report? Does it, who gets to look at it? I mean, I was kind of surprised that this report came to you when it was the ADA committee that initiated it. And I don't think these folks have had an opportunity to go through in detail. And I don't want to go through 24 comments with you folks in detail. I think, however, that this really ought to be before the ADA committee before it's finalized. That's my 2 cents or 3 cents.
Thank you. I'll give you a nickel for that one, Tim. Thank you very much. So I'm going to jump around on the agenda now while Connor is still here. So we're going to move down to consent agenda P, and I'm going to turn it over to Chelsea.
So you have in your packet the final version of the IMA for the shared services grant between Southborough, Northborough, Boylston, and Westborough. It was reviewed by our town council as well as Northborough's town council. And Andrew, I know that you had one question the first time that we discussed this on the invoices. That part was struck. So that was taken out. Other than that, they were minor changes. And so we're looking to have this signed off on. It will hopefully be signed off by all boards of health and boards of selectmen by the end of the month. So I didn't know if anybody had any questions while we have Connor here. Connor has worked with us and is on our shared service startup committee.
Okay, thank you, Chelsea. We'll just go down the line. Mr. Healy.
I thought it was fine. I didn't know it had been reviewed by town council, but that's an added plus. So is the plan for us to vote to approve this tonight? Okay, all right. Well, I'm ready to do that.
Any comments?
I'm okay.
I'm okay as well. Mr. Healy, you sound like you wanted to make a motion.
No, is it approve or adopt? What's the right word? What is it? Adopt, board, or approve? All right. I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the intermunicipal agreement for local public health services as written and presented tonight.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Awesome, Connor. Thank you so much. It's appreciated.
A little later than 8:25, but
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to reports. Hopefully, I'm going to be very brief and very quick with this. On the downtown district bylaw update, when we had last met, we had talked about having a consultant review the design standards. So we did have a conversation with Judy Barrett. Unfortunately, she did a general look over of the draft. Her concern was that what was before us that we were looking at was actually from Hopkinton, and it was used for something very specific on their main street. So she felt Northborough was a much better starting point. And with that discussion taking place, I had also had a conversation with Mr. Morris, and I'll get to part of that as we move on as well. So the path forward on the design guidelines is planning board agrees that it's something that needs to be worked on. And Mimi Luttrell, myself, Julie Conley are going to be working with Judy. Unfortunately, she was tied up through this week. So we're going to be setting a time next week. We're going to start reviewing the Northborough. Judy thought it was much quicker to get something on those. So those will be submitted to planning board for comment, hopefully within a couple weeks. The bylaw did go to planning board. That is there. Those are really the main. Go ahead, Marty.
yeah, just a question on the money.
So yeah, so I was going to
Because the
go.
grant ran out, right?
We had yeah. So Judy's time, it's probably looking at a couple of hours. We were looking at doing 2 1-hour meetings. We think it can get done. So I had spoken to Mr. Purple briefly, and I had spoken to Mr. Wood briefly, and we have money in the consulting budget. So EDCs is, again, they have to take their, obviously they would have to vote on it as we would as a board, but they, John was comfortable in, 2 hours of Judy's time is, and Adam Costa's piece is very simple now because he's part of council. So yeah, so that works out well. So that's kind of where we're at for that. I have another piece under the town meeting, special town meeting that's going to tie into this as well. I can, I'll wait till we get there though, because I think that discussion will be fairly brief. So that's where we're at on the downtown initiative at this point. We're still moving forward. Planning board is starting their first hearing. I believe it's next week, Monday. Thank you, Andrew. So that's where that is. So the July 22nd meeting, as the board saw, historical is unavailable for the meeting. My suggestion to the board is we have access to town council, and we have specific questions process wise and everything. And to me, it just makes sense to kind of iron out some of the questions that we have. Historical can certainly watch the meeting, and we'll obviously have to meet with them at a later date. But I think we should move forward with the 22nd. And I know, Marty, you suggested doing the noise bylaw as well on the 22nd. So those make sense. So Mr. Healy.
Yeah, I agree. I would just, I would invite historical.
We already have to the 22nd.
To the 22nd, that's already been done? Terrific.
We invited them and they're unavailable. So.
Well, Sunday, everybody's unavailable?
So that was the, I think, did you forward that? Yeah, Mark forwarded that email to the board. So the board was clear. So, but I think we should still, again, continue to move forward. We have process questions, and I think it'll be helpful even for historical going forward. So that's my thought process on the 22nd. If the board's amenable, we'll still just continue. We have town council available to come in. So I think we should just utilize it while we have the opportunity. It's a Thursday, correct. And I think initially when we checked, everybody was available. Have a conflict, Andrew? No. Okay, perfect. All right, that's even better yet. And then the last piece that we had Marty had touched on, it's not necessarily on the agenda. 6:30, what time did we tell?
I don't think we confirmed the time.
We didn't confirm a
6:30
time.
is
6:30 is fine. I think one of the other things that kind of got brought up tonight that I had on my list to talk about was our goal setting meeting. We have a starting point, obviously, from where we ended up before. We can either schedule, as we've always done, a separate meeting for goal setting, or again, I don't know how robust the July 22nd meeting may be. We could consider starting that discussion to kind of do away with potentially an August meeting, a separate meeting for that, but we can certainly start. We can distribute the latest update, which I believe you have, Marty. I think Mark, you had from March was the last update. So if we could distribute that and the board could think about some of the things they'd like to have, maybe that would be a good night while we're together to at least start the discussion. And if we can't finish it that night, that's okay. We can certainly set another date. So thoughts on that? If the board is amenable to that, I guess is my question. Andrew, I see you're pondering over there.
No, I'm thinking about it. I think it's a good idea because while I like the idea of having one meeting which is just focused on the goal setting, the agenda for the 22nd is going to be pretty. It's not going to be like this. It's going to be.
No, it's strictly going to be. No, Andrew, I'm sorry. Can you? Sorry. It's the 22nd is strictly at this point going to be the discussion on the demolition delay, the appointments for the noise bylaw, and then we could add this. So again, it's a starting point, and if we can't get through it, we can't get through it. But to me, it seems, actually it was Ms. Malinowski that changed my mind on this one, that we should at least make the effort to not have to have the August meeting if we can accomplish something while we're already getting together.
I
So
think it's a great idea.
I give her credit for this one. I can't take this one. So, okay, that being said.
So if it goes south, it's on.
It's on Chelsea. That's purposely why I did that too, as well. So thank you very much for giving me the out. Well, we've done it in the past as a separate meeting, so we'll attempt to do it. So I would, between now and the 22nd, if Marty, if you could distribute that list and everybody could think about some of the goals that we can discuss and add, that would be great. And if they could get that to Mr. Purple by.
I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Okay, but for the board to get back to Mr. Purple for a list, for the goal setting, how soon in advance would you like the list?
If we're doing that next week,
We're doing the 22nd.
which is next week.
Is it next week? It's 9 days away.
Yeah,
Maybe Tuesday,
Monday.
Monday?
Monday would be great.
Monday would be great. Everybody could just get some thoughts down on Monday, and obviously, we can discuss from there. So that's all I have under chairman's report. So let's go to Mr. Stivers for the Halloran property access update.
Okay. Given the lateness of the hour, the quick version is that we're working on it. We made a request for MassDOT. They're thinking about it. So we hope to hear positive news from them, but there's a challenge in terms of the no access area around the Mass Pike there that they're thinking about. But I think there's potentially hope. There's space to do it if they want to let us do it. The question is, do they want to let us do it? So that's
Okay.
That's that update. I'm
Great.
happy to talk about it more if people have questions, but no real news beyond that.
Okay, well, Sam, thank you for staying on top of it and giving us the update on that. Master Plan Committee update.
Master Plan
Sam.
Plan also. This is in response to a question Mr. Healy raised at the last meeting about, does the Master Plan Committee have a position on the downtown bylaw? I raised the question at the meeting. The members felt that, in fact, as representatives of other committees in town, they were not comfortable making a recommendation without having the committees on board. I think those committees will have an opportunity to take a position on it. I would point out that the downtown bylaw update is exactly aligned with one of the goals from the Master Plan Committee, which is to enhance downtown village center to provide a vibrant hub that's attractive to both businesses and residents. So I think that we're certainly aligned on that, and I would not be surprised to see the various committees come out in support of that, but that's something they'll have to deal with. So question raised and answered for the time being, at least.
Okay, actually, I was going to go to you, Marty, because you asked the question. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
there's a movie I really like called The Verdict, and with Paul Newman. And at one point, the judge keeps interrupting him, and Paul Newman turns to the judge and says, "If you're going to try my case, at least don't lose it. So I would have framed the question differently to the master plan committee than you did, Mr. Stivers. And the next time I want that question answered, I'm going to do it myself. So.
Be my guest.
All right, fair enough. Great. All right. Ms. Malinowski, Youth and Family Service Strategic Plan presentation.
So Ann Budner was hired to do a strategic plan for youth and family services that was getting presented tonight, and they were doing it via Zoom so that the public would have access to it. So I would encourage anybody who was interested in the goals over the next 5 years for youth and family to go ahead and watch that presentation. It's I don't know what time it started, but it's probably over now. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
I hope it's over.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski. Mr. Burke.
Madam Chair, I think our presentation on the ADA plan was much more interesting, so I'm sure people will want to watch that. Just a couple of quick items. We already had taken care of the IT position. I appreciate the board's support on that. Police grant award, there was a notice that had gone out from Representative Dykema. The Chief Paulus had applied for a competitive grant to the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, competitive grant round, and received $7,500 towards replacement of portable radios. And speaking with the chief, I believe that he had asked for a lot more. But again, it was a competitive grant round, and this is what we received. So we're very appreciative to be getting those funds. Next issue, I was asked by one of the board members about an end of year update, kind of where we fell in terms of winners and losers, so to speak, in terms of budgets. The town accountant politely told me we have not yet closed the year. We have another warrant to do, and we're not ready yet. And it's likely going to all fall into a Q4 report. But in trying to meet halfway, at least to understand where some of our shortfalls, I figured I would just quickly review for you what is going forward to advisory tomorrow night for reserve fund transfer requests. It is a total of roughly 30,500, actually 30,498.47 total out of the reserve fund. Reserve fund is budgeted at $180,000. There was nothing that was spent for fiscal 21. So we are going to turn back a fairly healthy, assuming everything is approved, we're going to turn back a fairly healthy balance to help close out fiscal 21. This kind of gives you an idea of where the shortfalls fell, and I'll just kind of review them for you briefly. There was a total of $8,445 being requested for the Board of Health. That included temporary salaries, part-time salaries, and overtime. And just briefly for the overtime piece, it was covering, undocumented time for the nurse and the director, which was non-COVID. Again, we tried to make sure that we applied for everything we could, in terms of COVID expenses for Board of Health, but we needed the documentation. And I think that if you ask the town accountant, she would tell you she struggled a little bit with some of that, but it's been very good as of late. And so we're making sure that we're getting what we need. But I think early on, there were some issues. Regarding the part-time salaries, there was an unbudgeted portion of Mr. Brzezinski's contract when we switched over from him being the health director to him being a consultant, but then hired a health director. So that accounted for just under $6,000 that needed to be funded. And then some temporary salaries to cover the summer intern hours and some non-COVID per diem time for the nurses. So again, the Board of Health request totaled out to $8,445. The town clerk, and this was a quirky one because it's just under a $10,000 request, 9977.81. This was for early voting. So there was a grant that came, there's money that came from the state, but it was required to be put into as a general fund receipt. It could not go back in to offset the expense. So we got the money. I made the same face. We got the money, but we couldn't, but it could not be applied directly to the expense. So So we basically are using this to zero out the budget,
Yeah.
but we did get that money already. So it turns out to be a wash. It's more of a paper issue. $7,759.47 for Mr. Parent's other operations for electricity. If you remember at town meeting, we reduced that line item by, I believe, $50,000. And so at the end of the day, you know, we did well, but it's almost $7,800 that we're going to need to fund to close that account out for the year. $2,586.19 for court judgments. This is the judgment from the lawsuit for the regional school with Northborough. This is payment 6 of 8. So excited because we're getting so close, as to, there's $220,000, $230,000. The interest that is charged on the amount is based on what they earned on their accounts. And so we're never quite sure what that is. We make an assumption. We're off by about $2,500. So this basically just makes that whole. And then advisory is doing a reserve fund for their own budget for about $1,700 because there was a shortfall in money for minute taking. And that gives you the FY21 where those shortfalls fell. At the end of the day, if you can say we came up $30,000 off out of a $56 million budget, I think we did pretty well.
Did advisory have to do a reserve fund transfer for themselves?
That's what I just said.
That's great. I love that. That made my night, Mark.
Can I just ask? Yeah, go ahead, Chelsea.
So just to confirm,
Sorry.
that's okay. There were no interdepartmental transfers this year, just reserve fund, so we don't need to approve anything.
That's correct. There were no could we have done some interdepartmentals? We could have, but again, reserve fund hadn't been touched all year. And I'm not trying to take away work from you, but it just made things easier to go one stop. And again, at this point, it's a little bit of shifting sands. The money's all going back. It's just a matter of where we took it from.
I actually think this makes more sense to do it this way than to, because then they get skewed on, did you move it out? Didn't you move it out? And then your year over year can be off. So I agree.
It's clean. Exactly. It's cleaner. It's cleaner to do it that way. So a little bit of good news. I know, we had talked about trying to get back to having cable come back in and do our meetings. They've got, the SAM board has approved the upgrades and equipment and replacement of equipment that they need to make that happen. But obviously we're still doing Zoom. There's been some comments, I think that, people like having the virtual component, but I've also heard the comments that this is clunky. And I think we saw some of that tonight. I had I'm just going to pull it up. I had an email from Caitlin Willis, who is the director over at SAM. So the SAM board has basically approved all of the equipment, but they also approved an additional quote for a Zoom integration piece into their equipment. And it's going to be able to be used whether SAM is here taping the meeting or not. It can be used independently, and it will allow you to meet in person without the computers in front of you and be able to interact virtually. You will have monitors to be able to see who is speaking. They can see you, you can see them, and will allow you to meet in person with people in the room, but also have a virtual component. It's not going to have any cost to us at this point that we, as far as SAM is concerned. They will be doing training on this and everything and that. So once that gets set up, we're going to look to duplicate that same system down at the training room of public safety.
I don't know if the equipment's been purchased yet, but the ideal would be to push this desk back about 4 feet and put a screen right in front of it. That's the way we operate. We have to communicate. We have, essentially executive session meetings with the commission all the time down in DC, and they've got that, and it works incredibly well. It's not disruptive because we as the board would be looking the same way we would normally. So I don't know if the equipment's been purchased, but that would be, in my mind anyway, ideal to have a screen that fit right there.
So I think so Sam has already ordered the equipment.
Okay.
They've got that all set, but, and probably the most excited person besides me is Jay. Because Jay's like, this is great. It's a one-stop shop. I don't have to do a whole lot for it, but Jay's going to be here during the install and wants to understand. And if there is an improvement that we can make that would help make it better for us, then we're willing to do that.
Yeah. Again, I will just, maybe other folks different, but I will tell you, having existed with that, it just is it's not disruptive. It's not a big screen over there.
Yep.
Works incredibly well.
Okay. And the one other piece, I think, which is the last piece, is just a little bit of an FYI. The senior tax work-off applications have been coming in. For those people that have not gotten them in yet, they're still accepting them through the end of the week. You can drop them off in the Dropbox down at the senior center. They still, they've got about 13 so far. They're probably expecting maybe another 5 to 10, to come in. So if people are interested in doing that, now that we're open back up, to the public and everything, the buildings are open again, senior tax work off, people are very valuable, to us and to help with certain things and with tasks. And I know that, we've appreciated the efforts in Selectmen's office, Treasurer's office, and a lot of the other departments have used them as well. So I just wanted to put in a plug that if people are interested, they can, drop off their applications down the senior center. I assume they can also talk to assessor's office in terms of trying to figure out if they're eligible to participate. Just, feel free to reach out if they need something. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Purple. Consent agenda, we'll go down the line and see who has holds. I actually have 4 holds, A, D, E, and F. Ms. Malinowski?
Nope, no more than that.
Mr. Healy? Mr. Stivers?
A.
Mr. Dennington? Okay, that being said, do we have a motion to accept consent agenda items B, C, H, I, J, K, L, M, no, we did M, L, I didn't scratch that out, sorry. L, N is in Nancy, O, Q, R, and S. And I never want to say that again.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye, great. Thank you. I think we'll come back to A. I think there's a few of us that have edits. So, and I as we come back to A, I want to thank Katie, Ms. Berry, for an amazing job on our marathon meeting minutes and going through 9 and 10 page minutes. So a few edits I'm okay with. But again, I just want to thank her for her diligence in doing this. And sorry, Mr. Purple, go ahead.
No, all I'm going to say is, I know that it's been difficult with this system, harping on people about keeping your mics open, but there can be no complaints about the minutes if you don't get your comments in, because if mics are open and there's feedback, Katie cannot figure out what you said. So there is no real record of it. So I just put that out.
Properly chastised. Thank you. So I held D, E, and F because I would like to turn these ones over to Selectman Healy, as he was instrumental in getting especially D and E done, and I think F deserves a nice little plug as well. So Marty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice end to the fiscal year 21's process with the St. Mark's School and the Faith School. And the St. Mark's contribution this year is $88,000, which is 2 years ago, they said when they purchased homes on Main Street, they made a commitment to cover what would have been the taxes for those homes. And so that was included in a total that is about $50,000 now. In addition to that, based on discussions, and we talked about this obviously at town meeting, where they covered the cost of a couple of capital items having to do with public safety. The Fay School, and for one of those, it was a 3-year commitment for a total for St. Mark's of over $88,000 in a contribution this year. The Fay School also made a $20,000 contribution and is amenable to considering making it a multiple year contribution also on public safety. And they're also, both schools indicated that they appreciated the process and they are amenable to what's now in place, I think, and that is ongoing discussions, identifying capital items that they feel comfortable from, you know, the priorities they have in dealing with their various boards, contributing to funding for the town. I think it's a terrific result and hopefully ongoing. In addition to that, there was a nice surprise. I didn't even know about it on the recreation department, where they funded part of the summer activities. So, and I guess the final thing that I'll point out from both Fay and St. Mark's, one of the things I found out in researching this whole what some of the world calls pilot payments, I don't, because I don't think they're pilot payments. They're not payments in lieu of taxes. That's a misnomer. But one of the things I found out is that most of the numbers, or a large part of the numbers that are trumpeted by various towns, are not what we've got here from St. Mark's and Fay, which are dollar payments. What are trumpeted by a lot of these towns are in-kind payments. And we received those from both Fay and St. Mark's. It's been a little bit down because of the pandemic, but both of them have committed to putting together on an annual basis, and they'd like to, at least St. Mark's expressed, they'd like to come in and meet with the board and explain the in-kind contributions that they make to the town, both in making their fields available, in making obviously the meadow, that's the right term for it now, the meadow available for Heritage Day and the like. So I hope that others perceive this as a nice step forward in the ongoing, hopefully improving town-gown relations between the town and our private schools. I think it's a real plus.
Thank you, Marty. Well said. And thank you to Fay and St. Mark. So that being said, do we have a motion to accept consent agenda items D, E, and F?
I will move that.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Participation and post-COVID, I think for a lot of boards, particularly boards that are more ad hoc, there could be real benefits to having meetings held primarily remotely. So I was just seeking some clarification and context on the request.
Sure. So Andrew, what it's doing is, if you'll notice, there's now a period at the end of making the members' physical attendance unreasonably difficult. Mr. Hagerty brought this to us because the requirements now, you don't have to have A through E any longer. You only just have to be physically, your attendance is difficult. So instead of checking all these different boxes, if we update the form, that's no longer a requirement. You just have to explain why your physical presence at the meeting is difficult. It just makes it easier. If you look on the current form, even I believe it's the old form in here as well. So you're just taking away
5 specific reasons.
Yeah, the 5 specific reasons. And you're making it just much easier to be able to remote participate, actually. Because a lot of times, sometimes you didn't fall within those 5. You may have been on vacation or whatnot, and you didn't necessarily fall within. This just makes it easier. You just have to give a reason why. I'm on vacation. Okay, great. That's your reason. So it's streamlining the process a little bit. And that was approved by was it the EG? Mark?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
it was.
the AG, it was a suggestion from them and it came from Mr. Hagerty. So it's just to streamline Andrew.
Okay, and Mark, could you provide a little more context about, I know that there were reports about the legislature considering making, changes to rules about remote participation. About what, if any, changes have been made permanent?
I think you just gave the update. It's basically, there's been nothing beyond the temporary bridges that they established to April in terms of the remote participation.
So
they're still trying to figure out, I think, what to put in place on a permanent basis. And I think they're struggling with that a little bit.
The state of emergency has been lifted.
Correct.
But remote participation is still allowed through April
21st.
2022.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Healy.
I was just going to say, I think the concern, and it's one I share, is that while I think I perceive that there were incredible benefits to particularly having a video record of meetings. And I think we just see this from the last few weeks. It's not the same. Boards meeting in person are important. And I've just seen it from some of our town boards, and I'd like them to reconsider the idea that they feel comfortable meeting remotely. The state of emergency is over. And if you can meet in person, I think that you should. And I think that's one of the real concerns of the legislature, that we'll stop having government, in front of people, and we'll have it all on video. And I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's what's going on. So I encourage our boards to rethink this policy about we like meeting remotely. It's working well. Let's keep doing it. I really think that the impetus should be to meet in person if possible. I think it's important.
I agree, Marty, and I think for me, the milestone here is the new Southborough Access media equipment. Seems to me that that will allow us to have boards meeting in person and then provide access via Zoom to experts or the public who otherwise would not be able to participate unless you have the electronic access. So to me, that technology can make what you're talking about very practical, and I think that's worth keeping.
Mr. Dennington.
I certainly agree that, for boards like the Board of Selectmen, Planning Board, et cetera, the importance of in-person meeting, but particularly, where you are on one board and are asked to serve on another board and then another board. For some of these boards which don't have as high a profile, it's easier to say yes if for example, the board can meet at 8 o'clock in the morning and you can Zoom into the meeting from wherever, from your office, rather than having to think about how it affects your work day and when you'll be in Boston, things like that. So I think that for, some more, like for the noise bylaw committee, I mean, if people wanted to serve on that committee and then they wanted to organize their own meetings and meet remotely, I think that would make sense, but that's different than the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, and to that point, I think that it's a balance between meeting in person versus transparency. And sometimes we really get hung up on that word transparency. But if you've got these boards and committees that meet normally at 8 in the morning, they're never taped, the minutes may not be great. You're not quite sure whether they actually, so rather than having committees that are meeting, in the shadows, so to speak, and you don't have public attending, you have records of those meetings through Zoom. So it's a balance. I fully agree with Mr. Healy. I can't be effective in a Zoom meeting. It's difficult, to do that. And, I'm not sure that anybody relishes admonishing the other members to close your mic, or to open your mic because you've started speaking and you have to start again. And, but I think there is a balance to be found, but I do agree that, you should be meeting in person, but there is also that other side of it, for the transparency piece.
Thank you. Ms. Malinowski, do you want to add anything?
I like the accessibility of having all the boards and committees taped because I can watch more of what other boards and committees are doing. And I also agree with the transparency comments. So I'm in favor of, you know, the boards and committees that need to meet in person doing that, but then having others do it remotely.
Okay. well, then-
And
Yeah.
So just coming back to, I held it because I didn't have the context. And now I do have that context. I think I understand it's a salutary change just through April
Yeah.
2022, at which point there would be a larger discussion about how to handle all these things. So I would move to approve consent agenda item G, approving the revised policy form for remote participation included in the packet.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Back to A. Ms. Malinowski, why don't we start with you and we'll go from there.
So I'm going to start with May 4th.
That's all.
I have to pull it. I know. I didn't want to print all of them. Okay. So row 86. So this is when we were talking about the Article 39, the citizens petition. I think we should say on the last sentence, the board agreed to take no position on this article because it would direct the board to take an action. I just think we need to clarify why we didn't take a position.
I think Marty actually made that comment when it was done, so, yep.
I agree.
Okay, row 148. This is just a typo. His name to the Board of Health for making, not, it's missing a K. Okay, row 271. I think I asked if Mr. Stearns reached out to his counterparts. I don't think you did. Do you agree with that? Marty?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
I think if you follow the chain, Marty spoke and then I spoke, and then if you would
Yeah.
go down the line, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was me.
that
Okay, fine.
makes sense.
I don't remember one way or the other.
Okay,
So,
I'm pretty sure I did.
okay.
So that was what I had for May 4th.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, before we move on,
Hold on, let me mute.
sorry, Chelsea.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta go.
Okay, before we move on from May 4th, does anyone else have any edits on May 4th? Mr. Stivers, go ahead.
Line 124, there's an issued word that needs fixed. Line 210, there's an extra 4 FOR. And line 231 and 321, Gadsden is misspelled.
Okay, so I'll go then. I had one on 285.
That was capital H.
Yep, capital H and Mr. Warner. So, okay, so I think that's May 4th. Chelsea, if you want to go to May 10th.
May 10th. And I didn't have time to go back and watch the video, but on row 54, I wasn't sure what contracted services equals $800 and remains unchanged. $800 doesn't sound right to me for contracted services for Board of Health budget. So I'm not sure where that came from. And I forgot to go back and watch it. So, okay.
Is that the interns? That was the number.
I don't know. So,
I don't remember.
yeah, I don't either.
So could we hold this until next Thursday and I
Yes.
can go back and watch it? Okay.
Why don't we go through the rest of the edits though?
Okay.
And then that'll be the last.
And my only other question was, I didn't see advisory adjourning this meeting, but I saw capital adjourning. So I believe advisory met before we did on this meeting. So I think that there should have been an adjournment in here somewhere. I just didn't see it.
Do you think, Chelsea, they may have taken their meeting out in the hallway?
No, it was on Zoom.
On Zoom, okay. Yeah.
Didn't they go over this?
Mr. Stivers, any edits?
Yeah, this is May the 10th. On line 49 and line 51, HIPAA is HIPAA.
Okay.
And in line 222, there's an extra do, DO. Major input here.
Thank you. Andrew? Oh, you weren't there. Nope, you still weren't there. Okay, sorry. I had to look at the dates. I go, wait a minute. Okay.
You've been here forever.
Sure. Go ahead. So I had one for line 141. I don't believe that I said I was opposed to looking into affordable. I think probably potentially is a better word when we were talking about South Union and weighing the opportunity of the bid and the value and potentially looking at affordable. I know I wouldn't have said opposed. So that's my only edit on that. So that being said, let's move on to June 15th, Ms. Malinowski. June 1st.
Oh, okay. Well, can we do June 15th? Because that's in the next order. Better.
Go ahead.
Okay, so June 15th. Okay, row 28. Okay, I think that numbering here got a little messed up with the questions. So row 28 should be the 4th question for Healy. Row 30 should be the 5th question for Braccio. Row 32 should be the 6th question for Stivers. Row 34 should be the 7th question for Malinowski. And row 36 should be the 8th question for Healy. Row 49, this is the first of a few that say MSPA, should be MSBA, and that's in like 49, 50.
59 actually.
Yeah, so there was a bunch of those. Okay, row 83. This is when we were talking about the stickers, and it says she would like to steer away from having a senior sticker free. So it should say she would like to steer away from having a senior sticker fee, not fee, free. Row 87. Ms. Malinowski volunteered to be the BOS rep to review need-based stickers. Row 84. Oh, wait, did I just do this one? Yeah, sorry, did that one. Row 87.
You just did that.
I just did that one. Sorry, I'm like going down over here. Okay, 277. That should say July 1st, not July 7th. And row 283. If we can just say that the $1,000 was for the 4 employees. It was $250 per employee.
Mr. Stivers? Mr. Dennington?
I know that sometimes happens. It's because I wasn't present at the very beginning. I wasn't present for item Roman numeral 3. I was present at the executive session, then just left because I recused myself from item 3. So the minutes need to be changed to correct that.
Yeah, that's good.
And then I just had some spelling things that I caught. On line 97, Eckended should be seconded. And on line 292, I think we should strike the words "them with the board." Chairman Brasio just asked us to ask the board to review them. So just strike "with the board." And just some clarification about something that I said on line 346 to 347. And just to be more specific, I pointed out inconsistencies between the demolition delay bylaw and the historical commission's fact sheet. It's saying the same thing. It's just saying a little more specifically. That's it.
All right, thank you. Andrew, can I have you mute? Sorry. Andrew, can you mute? Sorry. Thank you. And you guys covered mine, so that's okay for that, which takes us to the 22nd. Ms. Malinowski.
So page 6, when we were talking about the noise bylaw. Sorry, I gotta get there. Ms. Malinowski, let's see. So where she said she suggested that a Board of Health employee and a resident be assigned as a voting member. I think it should just say, she suggested that an employee who is a resident could apply, and just leave it at that. This is what we were deciding, the membership of the noise bylaw. Page 7. I'm pretty sure that we appointed Mr. Stein to the subcommittee because planning board had met the night before, and we appointed him as well.
Yeah.
He's listed.
Where is
he's
it?
listed.
Under appointment of committee members.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. Never mind. Sorry. Well, I think I was starting to lose it.
Yeah.
Going through these. Okay, that was it for.
Mr. Healy. Mr. Stivers.
On page 1, there's a firms versus forums mistake there, and I don't have a line number. And there's a HIPAA, HIPAA fix too. And on page 2, there's a discuss versus discussion. Again, I don't.
What paragraph, Sam?
I don't actually have the minutes in front
It's
of
the
me.
first sentence of the first full paragraph on the page. It says Ms. Braccio asked to discussion agenda, should be discussed.
Thank you.
And then on page 6, the CPC is referred to as a conservation preservation. It should be community preservation commission. And that's it for me for those.
Okay, Mr. Dennington. All right, and we covered what I had. So June 1st. I don't have anything for June 1st.
So
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Chelsea.
So the only change I had was on row 25. It should say execute, not executive.
Mr. Haley?
Line 36,
This is the one that doesn't have line numbers.
June 1st does have line numbers. Line 38 rather fits. Needs to be fixed. Line 68 is an extra of OF. And line 100, the gentleman's name is Jim Gorse, Gorss.
Are you looking at the notes rather than
I'm looking at my notes here.
the June 1st minutes?
June 1st minutes, yeah. What are you looking for, Andrew? Line 26, line 38, 68, and 100. And these are the June 1st minutes, not the draft ones, I think.
Yeah, they were the ones that come out late.
Yeah, late.
Is that it?
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington? Okay, I'm good. So based on those discussions, do we have a motion to approve open session meeting minutes, May 4th, June 1st, June 15th, June 22nd, as amended?
Do you want to, maybe we break that into, I wasn't there for May 4th, so I'm not saying for that.
Okay, let's do it individually then. Okay, do we have a motion to approve open session minutes 4th, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Abstained? Okay, thank you.
And these are all as amended.
As amended, yes, sorry. Okay, do we have, Andrew, you were there for June. When was your first meeting? Sorry,
It was out.
was it the 15th?
It was after May 11th.
So, okay, so then you were here for the 1st, the 15th, and the 22nd. Okay, do we have a motion to approve open session meeting minutes, June 1st, June 15th, and June 22nd as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Chelsea.
And the $800, I don't know where that,
Okay.
I just gotta check on that. I just couldn't remember what that was.
Okay, so we'll hold that to the 22nd. So that brings us to other matters before the board. So if, I don't know if everyone's had an opportunity to look at the liaison list, I kind of shifted some things around. So on the larger ones, and Mr. Stivers, you'll notice you got an extra. You lost, but you gained.
Thank you.
You lost, but you gained. So, and I know, Sam, I thought that was fair because most of these meetings you're at anyway. So I thought it was a good value. Okay, so does anybody have an issue or a concern with where they are at? I thought it was important to show where you were versus where you're at. Sure. Go ahead.
Why don't we have a liaison for the schools?
So the schools have a lot of different subcommittees and a lot of different groups, and I think there's a lot going on there, Sam. And I think most of us are somewhat tuned in, well, especially Chelsea, because she's got littles in the school. So that was one of the reasons I left that off. I mean, if the board feels strongly about putting it on, I just thought there's so many components to the different subcommittees that are going on. That was why.
I was the liaison from advisory to the schools for several years. And I found it helpful. I think advisory found it very helpful to have that connection just for the ongoing communication, because schools come into advisory periodically, but not as regularly as they have meetings. So, and they are, 70% of the budget or whatever. So it seems to me it's at least worth considering. Maybe we'll talk about it at our planning meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly do that. I don't know where the rest of the board falls. I just thought that Greg's good about giving us updates as well, and the meetings are taped. So, I mean, if anyone has any thoughts on that.
I'm not volunteering for it.
I volunteer Andrew. Andrew did a good job for it.
I think that with what they have going on, I think there's going to be maybe some decision points in the next year. And I think we can make a decision when we feel like we need to add someone. Because I think they have a lot going on right now. I mean, that's just, I think we can always add it if they need our input on something.
Yeah. Sam, we can put this and discuss this more. I think you're right. The goal setting meeting might be a great place to do that. I was kind of along the same lines as Chelsea with a lot going on with the schools right now, and to add someone into the mix. I'm not adverse, Sam, to re-looking at that. But I mean, again, if we can have a larger discussion, or we can do it now. I mean, I don't know. Special review of special municipal employee designations. I think this is going to be brief. I did speak to Andrew Pfaff from advisory, reached out to me. One of the conditions of him being able to be on the committee is having the special municipal employee status. EDC responded. They also felt it was important. So based on that, I think in my mind, we've done the due diligence of kind of what our policy is. We've kind of looked at and we reviewed. I'm actually fine with leaving the designations that are there in place at this time.
Me too.
Except for
agree.
special counsel, sorry. I took
agree.
that out. Okay. So do we need a motion for that status, Mark? I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
No, I think it's just a review is required.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah, so I'm sorry, so you've done, yeah.
Go ahead.
So you've done your review. We'll simply let Mr. Hegarty know we're just removing special counsel to Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
And then he will just submit an updated letter to the Ethics Commission.
Okay. So that was quick. Next. Unmute Lisa. The next item is C. We had a request to raise the Indian flag to commemorate India's 75th Independence Day. I had left on the table for everybody. The veterans were kind enough to supply us some information. Chapter 264, Section 8 talks about whoever, and this is from state code, whoever displays the flag or emblem of a foreign country upon the outside of a state, county, city, or town building or public schoolhouse shall be punished by a fine. So I think that kind of answers that. And I also took it a step further, went to the federal code to see, and the federal code allows another flag if it's on a separate flagpole within X number of feet and it's flown at a specific level. So I don't think at this point we can actually fly a flag. We tried to find alternatives to being able to do this, maybe, flying a flag or displaying a flag off a Court of a Hall even, but the state's pretty clear on this. So my suggestion to the board would be, one of the things they were also looking for was a proclamation and being able to draft a proclamation. And I will reach out to the person that had reached out to me and let them know. But I just don't see, I know some towns are doing it. I don't know how, but our veterans also, I will say our veterans felt very strongly that it was a sign of disrespect to the flag, the United States flag. So, so I guess my ask for the board is, are we fine with supplying a proclamation? Similar to, they had given us, I know Lori was going to work on it if the board was in agreement with Mr. Purple as well, to be able to do something. They had supplied us something that Needham was doing. We can do something very tasteful and something very nice and supply it. So Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, very much in favor. I mean, I actually think it's too bad that you can't do it, but I understand the, I guess the policy rationale, but I think our doing a proclamation is important. So.
And we did try to think outside. I am new to myself. So yeah, we did try to find some way, but it just doesn't seem possible. So any other thoughts, Andrew, Sam?
I agree.
Chelsea? Okay, so Mr. Purple, if we could have that work done, that would be much appreciated for 7/22. Yeah, and we'll,
Midnight is a great book about the transition for Indian independence. I highly recommend it to anyone.
let's see, discussion of potential items for ARPA funding, Chelsea.
So I had asked for this to be put on the agenda based on the email that we received from Representative Dykema. And I know Vanessa reached out to the department heads and boards and committees looking for ideas on how to spend the ARPA funds. And in reading Representative Dykema's email, the 3.1 million is coming to Southborough. And she's also looking for high priority projects that the town has. So I did get a chance to touch base with Carla today, as she's on a lot of different webinars related to ARPA funds and the guidance. And she let me know that the open comment period ends on 7/16. So she's anticipating that there'll be more changes to the guidelines and hopefully more direction after that. Also, the revenue replacement is shaping up to be another grant program as it relates to that piece of it. So she suggested that we make sure we hear from Karen and Galligan, and Vanessa, I don't know if you've heard back from Karen yet on infrastructure needs. And Carla was nice enough to supply me with some documentation that I actually didn't get a chance to read yet, but I'll ask Mr. Purple to circulate that to the board tomorrow. So I have a couple of thoughts as we're getting information from boards and committees. I think we need to prioritize what we're hearing back from boards, committees, and department heads on what they're looking to do and try to bucket it, to use Marty's term.
It's contagious.
I know.
It's
I
contagious.
didn't realize I was going to say it, then it just came out. And I don't know if this board would want to do it as a group and do that, or if we would want to put a working group together with a member from us, a member from we are Selectmen, advisory, and capital to figure out kind of where things fall. And I know one of the items that was in Representative Dykema's list was affordable housing. I know we just put a subcommittee together to look at South Union. I know we just went to the one-stop grant for infrastructure for Route 9. So, how do we want to position those projects as well as other things that are coming from department heads that could be operational? I know Chief Paulus had a few things that he was looking at. I know Chief Achilles had some input, so as well as Youth and Family Services. So I think we have two routes. Maybe there's more, but I just wanted to know what this board's initial thoughts were.
Go down the line, Mr. Haley.
I guess my inclination is to avoid a committee and leave it to us. Reach out and be very aggressive about timelines for getting written suggestions from the various boards. I just think it feels clunky to have a committee, and let capital and advisory and anybody else, the honestly ADA know that we are going to be aggressively prioritizing and putting together a list. But I think we should do it. We're enough of a committee. So that's my view.
I agree with Mr. Healy. I think that it's something that needs to happen fairly quickly, and if we decentralize it too much, I think it slows it down. I think it's a worthy topic for our planning session in terms of trying to see what we have on the list currently, and maybe even use that planning session as an opportunity to go back to other boards and committees to say, we think there are things in this particular area that need to be developed even more. Let's find better ideas here. I mean, it seems to me that we ought to be driving the process pretty strongly from the top. And I think that the breadth of opportunities is substantial. And Chelsea, I'm not sure what you've heard about the revenue replacement thing, but that seems to me to be a real more open-ended part of the process. If we can do that calculation in a way that gives us money there, at least the way I read the Treasury guidelines is that we've got much more flexibility to use that money for things through that route than some of the other lists there. So again, pushing that kind of thing aggressively to find what we can do in that direction, I think would be very helpful and something that we could drive as well. So I think it needs to happen soon and we ought to be pushing it.
Okay, Mr. Dennington.
I agree with Sam that it's something that is kind of a natural subject for the planning meeting next week. To me, it was interesting to see the feedback in the packet from the response to the request from departments for how, what are your thoughts on using ARPA funding? To me, they were worthy, but they had a very operational kind of one-time feel. And because this is potentially a, once in a generation non-recurring funding source, I'm interested in seeing if there's a project that is kind of bigger and we would use ARPA funds for just one or two bigger, really ambitious things rather than divided 15 different ways. So I don't know how we go about doing that. I know that, if you were to think of some of the bigger projects that people have thought about in town over the years, are there some that are more in the kind of shovel ready, closer to shovel ready category, so that they would be good candidates? I think that's how I would like to think about it.
And I believe you have until 2024 to spend this. So it's a longer period, Andrew. And there was something else I was going to say. Lost it. Sorry.
And it doesn't necessarily need to fund the entire project. It could fund a planning study for something really big to lay the foundation for that. You're right.
Yeah, right. But we also need to be careful that, because I think we can include those things on our list, but as the guidance comes out, I think we need to make sure that it actually falls within the four corners of whatever that is. And I think we just need to come up with our guidelines on how we prioritize. And then if something doesn't fall, if it ends up falling out, like it just gets removed and it doesn't fall into something else.
Or at least three of the corners.
So we'll definitely put it on the agenda for the goal setting. We'll discuss it under that.
I mean, I think, to Andrew's point, if you want to talk about generational, we can look at sewer. That's generational. That's, and that's a big, that's a big piece.
When you mention that, are you talking just the downtown or?
I think that, if you're looking at bringing in sewer from MWRA and pick a landing spot, you can bring it into the downtown. Once you have it, it's something that you can build upon and you can add sections and you can do betterment programs. You can do a lot of those things. You've got to get it physically in and address an area, and then you can build off of that. Okay, but the biggest expense is going to be bringing it in, bringing it into town in some respect. And then at that point, so again, when you say generational, and I've seen this in some other towns, that's the first thing I think of, because that is a building block for a lot of the things we talked about in terms of economic development, in terms of affordable housing, in terms of, I remember when Selectman Kalenda was on here, he wanted a steakhouse. He wanted a good steakhouse, and allowing you to expand, restaurants and business, stuff like that. It's a building block. So that's what I think. When you say generational, that was the first thing that came to mind.
And Mark, I think that is possible, but there are some real technical challenges with that. But I think we can actually take some important steps. And I think there's some limits from the MWRA side that make that more difficult. But I think you could, again, open up a real new frontier in terms of that to do some great things for the town. Maybe not to the point of having it spread ultimately, through most of the town. But again, certainly worthy to be on the list, I think.
So, Mr. Stivers, I'm counting on your membership on the MWRA Advisory Committee to really advocate on our behalf for that. And
free access.
make that, yeah, well, you said free, but that works for me.
I'll add one thing, Marty, and then I'll go to you. So if we're really gonna have a discussion on this, maybe we should all think about some things that we think would fall. I bet we're gonna end up in a lot of similar places. So maybe for the goal setting portion of the meeting as well, on top of your normal goals, come up with some goals for what we'd like to see. ARPA. Go ahead, Marty.
I was going to say, not to belabor the point, but it would be nice if the town, as part of its proposal for any number of different things, could show that we are actually taking steps to bring our zoning for our downtown district into the 21st century and get serious about that. I know we're serious about that, but unfortunately not everybody is. But I think that would be a nice that would be a nice hook just to show that there's a lot that could be done for our downtown. I mean, I see culture, I see tourism in there. I mean, there are an awful lot of creative ideas, but a lot of them tie to our downtown. And again, we've got 19th or 20th century zoning, and we need to change that.
Wholeheartedly agree, Mark. Okay, next up, and hopefully this will be a brief discussion as well. So when we had last met, we talked about and earmarked October 4th. Since that time, as I had mentioned prior, I had a discussion with the chair of the planning board. I'd already talked with you about the guideline design piece that we're going to move forward on that. He had a concern with with an October 4th date. You're looking at potentially 4 public hearings. 2 of those are going to fall within the month of July and August, where most of us know Southborough is some level of a ghost town. So he had a concern with discussing the map and some of the other things that we had discussed at our meeting. He asked if we would consider delaying even by a month, to give a couple more meetings with a couple more forums, and it would give us an opportunity as well to do a little bit of outreach. We had talked about that. So I had spoken to Mr. Haggerty to see, as well as the town assessor, to find out when, as far as setting the tax rate, when would be the latest piece for that, because any financial items, obviously, that we may be adding to a fall town meeting would have to be taken care of before the tax rate is set. So Paul is planning to come to us at our second meeting in November to set the tax rate. So that worked out. There is no election this year. So November actually works out as well. Jim was just double checking with the school. We would just have to decide on a date. If we stuck with a Monday night, November 1st would be the date. It's before the holidays. It gives an additional month for 2 additional hearings to iron out any details. It also gives us that additional month to, before the warrant's printed, and I've said this before, I think the goal is to have less amendments potentially on town meeting floor on a zoning article. And I think this gives us the opportunity to do that. It was a very positive conversation, in working to get some of these things done with planning board. So I think we can get the design guidelines wrapped up. We can, have some guidance on the map, and that'll also give us 2 additional meetings to tackle that issue as well. So I'm just kind of feeling out the board on where you go or what your thoughts are. I think it also gives the EDC and the Board of Selectmen some additional opportunities for outreach. And an opportunity for us as well. We had talked about this prior to being able to try to reach out to some of those people that typically don't go to a town meeting. Maybe they don't understand or they don't know how a town meeting works. I mean, if you're not from here, it's pretty intimidating. It was for me. It was years after I moved here before I went to a town meeting. So we had talked with EDC prior about using the downtown initiative as a backdrop for explaining and educating people on town meeting. So it gives us the additional opportunity to do that as well. So feedback from the board on your thoughts.
I think that makes sense, especially if the tax rate, there's no impact on the, when Mr. Sabella calculates it. Did you speak with Mr. Semino?
I have not spoken with
Okay.
him yet. He was one of the last pieces that I haven't had a chance to do.
Okay, I think it makes sense.
Mr. Healy,
Agree across the board.
Mr. Stiver,
Anything we can do to help the prospects for the downtown zoning bylaw is a plus. For it.
Mr. Dennington.
I also agree.
Well, that was easier than I thought. Okay, so do we need to take a vote, Mr. Purple, seeing as we had already set October 4th?
Yeah, if you're gonna change the date, you need to take a new vote.
I move that we reset the date for the special town meeting from October 4th to November 1.
Second.
For discussion that I will reach out to Mr. Semino between now and our meeting on the 22nd, if in case there's an issue. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor? Okay, public comment, last public comment. Mr. Litt, come on up.
No, I just want to say thank you for bringing the table back.
You're very welcome. We appreciate that. All right, anybody watching, do we have any public comment? Going once, going twice, and gone. So at this time, the board will be entering into executive session per MGL Chapter 38, Section 21, and not returning to open session to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law. Exemption 7, to review and approve the executive session minutes of May 10th and June 15th, and to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, assignment of pending legal cases, as the chair has determined that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Exemption 3. Do I need a motion or roll call? That's what I thought. Okay, roll call, my favorite, roll call vote. Ms. Malinowski. Aye. Mr. Healy. Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
Ms. Brascio,